Right. So, for those who haven't seen it on Twitter and haven't been listening to the last couple times I've been losing my mind a little bit, we're doing something a little different today. Not as different as it might seem, because we have done similar things a few times here and there. This is basically going to be another sampler day, but with a specific point in mind. Specifically, it's all about things that are actually in my Steam library, not just things I've picked out of nothing. Every game is going to have a 30-minute timer running on my phone from down here. We will either continue it for another half hour, or it will stop at the end of that timer, depending on how it's going, how y'all feel about it, how I feel about it, all that. Hey there, Blowfish. Just explaining where this thought process is going before we get into things. The hope is that if any of these really hit, these will be things I actually go back and finish along the way, instead of just pulling things out of nothing and hoping that they go somewhere. So I'll get that timer going, and we'll get Chasm started. That's fine, that seed is fine, normal's fine. But how you doing, Blowfish? Chasm's an interesting one, because I played it when it was new, and then I never touched it again. Drac, wake up! But I like it up here. It's so damn hot downstairs. I thought I'd find you up here. Did you fall asleep watching the knights ride off to their mission? Don't worry, you're the brightest recruit this outpost has seen in some time. Soon you'll be a full-fledged Gildean knight, and I'll still be here running errands for the commander. Which reminds me, he sent me to find you. No. This is closer to a Metroidvania, though it has some random elements that kind of make it similar to a roguelike in some ways, and we'll get into that as those come up. Your orders are to report to Commander Silxer's office at once. You'd better hurry. He seemed even more impatient than usual. Right now we have nothing but our fists, so we'll just make do with that as best we can. This place is a dump, goddamn. These are save points. We're gonna be wanting to find those as much as possible. Kneel in the light of the Watchers, and your deeds shall be recorded in the Tome of Light. Their eyes will always find those who shine brightly. They remember our deeds in this life and offer us a place by their side in the next. Let the light of the Watchers illuminate your path, and they shall aid you in your time of need. Afizel the Younger. Now, especially for something I'm only going to be doing for a half hour to an hour, I'm typically not going to be running that many RPGs in these segments. Because you wouldn't see anything other than cutscenes by the end of that half hour, probably. Not a lot of action this morning, but the view sure is beautiful. Good for you. I'm sure you're having a grand time standing there staring at the inside of your helmet, considering I don't think you could see past it. Gildean Oath. By the light of the Watchers, I hereby pledge my sword to the land of Gildea. I will illuminate the places where darkness dwells. My shield shall always be ready to defend those who are defenseless. I will seek to be brave, just, and loyal for the glory of Gildea. Are you sleeping or are you hiding? I can't tell. Sorry, I can't train in the yard with you today. Yendrik says I need to stay in bed until I get better. Stop back and tell me if anything interesting happens, okay? Yep, sure thing. The RPGs are typically reserved for Thursdays. General Cyrus Tefale, 362 to 427. Everyone's out chasing bandits and I'm stuck here cleaning. That's the last time I threw dice in the barracks. Well, you're also just a recruit, so, you know, kind of a sucker from the word go. If you ask me, the commander's horse is better than we do. That's not surprising. Commander needs his horse, doesn't need you guys. You know the rules, recruit. No one leaves this outpost without the commander's approval. Of course, they assumed I know where the hell the commander's office is, so you know, that's a whole thing. You the commander? Oh, you're Yendrik, okay. Have you come to borrow another book? Remember, even the mightiest warrior can grow stronger through knowledge. Stay a while and listen. Fuck you. On 14th of Luminoth 772, 2 recruits caught gambling, both sentenced to 10 days of extra duties. On the 15th of Luminoth 772, we received a report of bandits attacking traders on the road to Delcath. The commander has dispatched the knights to investigate. Which is the thing we wanted to go do, but we can't do. In the year 398, the tyranny of Lienhein's despotic leader, King Trell, forced many to choose between their lives and their values. The people were lost and confused in the wake of the capital's destruction, but General Cyrus Tefali rose to guide them. He made it his mission to secure the land so that a council of leaders could establish Gildea, a kingdom without a king. This council was created to ensure that power would never again be concentrated in the hands of one person. Soon after Gildea was formed, the council's first act was to formally create the Knights of Gildea, led by none other than Tefali himself. Okay, so Tefali was the first leader of the Gildean Knights, which is why his statue's over there. That makes some sense to me. There you are. Go right in, the commander's waiting. Don't ask how I got here before you, even though you didn't see me pass you. It's fine. At ease, recruit. I have a mission for you. There's a small mining town about 3 days' journey to the west. It's called Carthus. This morning, I received an urgent letter from the town's mayor. He reports that the miners were attacked by a wild beast while working deep in the mines, and they refuse to go back to work until it's taken care of. Goddamn lazy miners. I know this sounds like a trivial matter, but we depend on Carthus for supplies and raw materials. As you know, I sent the knights on a mission yesterday, which leaves me a bit short-handed. I need you to go to Carthus and do whatever it takes to get those mines up and running again. I think you're ready to become a Gildan knight, but you must prove yourself first. Go do my busy work, and then maybe I'll think about it. Do you understand your orders? Unfortunately, yes I do. Good, head to the armory and get properly equipped before you set off for Carthus. Hey there, Wildwood, how you doing? Welcome to Chasm and me figuring out how I feel about a game in a half an hour. Godspeed, recruit. Wow, your first mission. I had a feeling today was going to be your lucky day. If you called delving into mines and figuring out where the monsters went is lucky. I'm doing fine so far. We'll see how the day progresses, of course. But I'm glad you're doing well. That's the thing. This game looks good and plays good. Something about it back when it was new just didn't quite mesh with me, so I put it down, and that's kind of why I picked this as the first one for today, is I kind of want to figure out where it went wrong for me and see if I can recapture a good feeling for it. Be careful on the road to Carthus. The snowstorms are treacherous this time of year. Which, if people want to make a request for what gets played after this, there is !request that will show you my Steam library. Pick anything on there, ideally not RPGs, considering the fact that that's gonna not really fit in the time frame. And yes, this is a Metroidvania. But anything else is on the table, basically. So, warning, the list may crash once or twice considering it's fairly extensive, and Steam does not like showing extensive lists sometimes. So the commander's sending you on your first mission? You'll be needing a weapon then. Take a sword off the rack. Any old sword'll do. Gee, I wonder why one of these is a different color. Is that because this is the only one I'm allowed to take? Make sure to equip your sword before you set off. Just remember your training and you'll do fine. I have my doubts on that one, but sure, why not? Now we can slice things. I figured it'd be nice to give you all a chance to pick what happens. Takes some of the burden off of me for deciding things and gives you all some more input. Looks like you're all set. Make sure you have everything you need. Once you go through this gate, there's no turning back. I don't know how to open it again from that side. Good luck. You're gonna need it. And we're running, and we're running. Why didn't we get a horse? And we're running. We're an idiot. And we're running. God damn, why didn't I get a horse? I'm really fucking tired. And we're running. Now it's snowing. Think a horse would have been a really good idea. Yep, getting real fucking snowy now. Okay, we made it somehow. Bird. Carthus. Established 672. Horse. Yeah, I mean, hey, we got there. I'll give him that. We made it there without incident, in spite of not having a horse or any supplies other than a sword. Okay, these doors are painted on. I see the loot there. I want it. Open. Open. Not the door I meant to open, but you know what? It happened. Dear Bosden, I must confess I believe you may have something interesting to say for once. The tribe you described in your last letter seemed to have some basis in reality, which is more than I can say about your crackpot theories about King Trell. I'm glad you've put aside those childish fantasies about magical forces driving the king mad. You should focus your efforts on this ancient civilization. It may be your final chance to prove yourself. Sincerely, G.P. Mays is Dean of Anthropology, Gildan Academy of Science. I honestly think it just ended up being a case of it hit me at the wrong time or just didn't have enough happening. So I remember getting a little bit bored with it. Because there is a case where something can be too polished, so it just feels a little mechanical, for lack of a better way of putting it, instead of feeling like it has any charm or character to it. Carthus Mines. Employees only. All others are prohibited. Yeah, that's another thing. I didn't feel particularly lost from what I remember with this, but I can definitely see how it would happen. Missing persons. Anyone with information regarding the whereabouts of the following people should contact the mayor immediately. A whole lot of people. J.Q. Carthus III, Mayor of Carthus. I would assume that's that guy. Wanted. Felix Farron and Drake Stryker. The notorious duo are wanted by the Kingdom of Gildea to stand trial for crimes of thievery and piracy. They were last seen heading east toward the Ladorian Mountains. Beware, both are to be considered armed and dangerous. If you see either individual, please contact the authorities immediately. Meanwhile, let's celebrate! Carthus' 100th anniversary is nearly upon us. On the 121st day of the Illuminoth 772, we will gather to celebrate the historic day the town was founded by J.Q. Carthus I. All townsfolk and visitors are invited to join. Please bring a dish to share and we'll see you there. J.Q. Carthus III, Mayor of Carthus. Ding ding. Thank the Watchers, a guild day and night. Oh, you're only a recruit? Well, fuck me then. Well, I reckon I should just be thankful I'm not alone anymore. I am J.Q. Carthus, mayor of this town, and the manager of the mines below it. Unfortunately, the mines have become less and less productive in spite of our best efforts. My crew began blasting in search of a new vein of ore, but found only the wild beast I wrote to you about. But then, a few days ago, things got much worse. In the dead of the night, a gang of hideous creatures came up from the mines and ransacked the town. When morning came, I finally worked up the courage to investigate and found the town was empty. That explains all the locked doors and empty rooms. Which, how did everybody manage to lock up as they were being taken away, now that I think about that? That's a little weird. Please, you must find the missing townsfolk and help restore Carthus. Take this key, it will open the gate to the mines. And please remember to report back here if you find anyone. And he's out like a light. I wish I could sleep that quickly, god damn. Like, it might be that this is one of those games that takes a bit to get going, and that might be where it lost me. Because that would make some degree of sense. Because I think when I picked this up is also around the same time I picked up Time Spinners, which definitely caught my eye more. And when you've got over 1,000 goddamn games in a pile, it can be very easy to just be like, I'll get back to that eventually, and then it just doesn't happen. Grab some money. But as you can see, it moves very well. And it's very reminiscent of the Igavanias and such in how the majority of the mechanics work. Complete with, you can actually do the extra attack when you hit the ground, because I don't know if they did that intentionally or if that's just a consistent mechanical thing that just keeps happening. My search for King Trail may have been in vain, but luckily I've discovered an evidence of ancient civilization which thrived in these mountains at least 1,000 years ago. I shall refer to them as the Ladori tribe in reference to the Ladorian mountains in which they once lived. Based on these paintings, they appear to have been a peaceful hunter-gatherer society. Their written language is primitive, but very similar to ancient Delicathian script. Could these people be related to the early tribes of the East? I will need to find more examples if I am to fully translate it. Looks like there's a bunch of entries that he's written. We just need to find them. Now, for those more inclined to something a bit faster, there is also an arcade mode, which sets you through a set of random rooms. Each stage of that culminating in one of the main bosses of the game. It's a great idea. I really enjoyed it. And I did try that out again before starting today, while I was doing my audio balancing testing. And that's part of where my confusion about why I didn't keep playing this came from. It's like, is it just a situational thing? Because my memory told me I didn't like this game. But my memory's lied to me about that before, when it doesn't want to deal with the reality of, oh yeah, I just forgot about this. So it's hard to say on that one. Because I think I only got to the second major area of the game. But it's also possible I ran into something in that area that just aggravated the hell out of me. So if we get that far, we'll find out. Yeah, as you can see, we've got a buff going right now that's making money pop out a lot more. Which is gonna be handy. Because I seem to recall not being able to afford everything I wanted. But we are going to have to find missing townsfolk before we have any NPCs we can buy anything from or any of that. Thankfully this does actually have a pretty good map, and it looks like we actually need to go to the upper left. Because this is back up to town. Which, a good map is vital to a good Metroidvania. Sort of. You don't, like, actually add buildings back, but as you find the townsfolk, it unlocks mechanics. Yeah, you're not quite assembling the town as much as Dark Cloud, but it has a little bit of that, for sure. Which always was good to me, because I did really like Dark Cloud. So. I always enjoy when they add extra mechanics, but the mechanics have to be satisfying, and I think part of what was bugging me is I think it might have been taking me too long to get more people, so I felt like the town was lacking. But again, I only got to the second area of the game, so I may have just been judging it too harshly, too quickly. Which can easily happen when you've got too many things to do, and not enough time to do them all. Now that I'm not buying games as frivolously and constantly, my perspective's probably going to be different. This was also, I think, around the time where I was really getting into a robot named Fight, which I would highly recommend as well. Thanks for helping me get out of that cage, my child. I'm Narina. I run the magic shop in town. I was tending to my horse Buttercup when I was taken captive. I hope she's okay. She gets awfully lonely when I'm gone. Stop by my shop and see me if you are in need of my services. And that's our first mechanic. You may notice in this menu here that we have a B hand, which is our other hand. Right now, all you can do with that is punch. The magic item she sells goes in that slot. And that's what uses that blue meter up there, or in the upper left, underneath what is, I'm sure you can assume, is my health. That is good stuff, but we can't get it. Not right now. We'll need to come back for that later. I'm gonna be able to remember a good chunk of the early game of this, just because that's how my memory works. But that's gonna only last up until the first area boss, probably. Because I don't remember much about the second area for some reason, even though I know I went in there and did a few things in there. Now, it's worth noting that even this mode of the game, I believe, is shuffle. I believe these rooms are all static, but the position they're in changes. Like, it's the same basic progression, but what direction you have to go and what order you hit some of the rooms in might change. That's why you saw a seed when I was loading the file initially. Which is why I was mentioning initially that it's got a little bit of what ended up becoming very popular with roguelites, but it's not, like, fully there, because when you die, you go back to a save point. You don't lose your file when you die. So it kind of rides a line between the two. Now, and there's another caveat I would like to put on my initial impression with this game before, and that is, I'm also the person that didn't really care for Hollow Knight, even though it's a fantastic game, because of what you have available to you in the first, like, half of that game being kind of bland. So, bear that in mind. Yeah, we can get the magic knife, the magic axe, the magic shuriken, and the magic boomerang. Hey there, Shadow, how you doing? We've got 8 minutes left on this first half-hour timer for this, but I might give this the other half hour because there's nothing wrong with it. I'm doing alright. Trying to figure out where this went awry for me when I played this a while back. So far, I'm not really understanding where my brain was with that. Aside from just, Yeah, I may as well grab the turban too, why not? Now we have a sub-weapon, and we have a helmet. None of which will show, obviously, but it's a thing. Yeah. That's fair. Let's see if the mayor hasn't... Oh, wrong room. Let's see if the mayor has anything to say about us finding somebody. So I seem to recall he's supposed to reward you, but I think I might need to come back with multiple. It's good to hear that Narina is back. She hasn't been in town very long, but she's one of us all the same. Please keep looking for the rest of the townsfolk. I wish I could be more help, but I'm not as young as I used to be. Oh, that answers that. That's not getting us anywhere at the minute. Though Skyrim's another one that I never could really, like, get super into. Like, I had fun with it for a while, but I never got, like, deep into it. Which is something I always look at now and then and wonder why so many of these games are so popular, and yet I look at them and go, these are not that, there's nothing there. And I think it's mostly just comes down to personal taste. There is genuinely nothing wrong with them. It's just they don't grab me. And it may also be that this got better in patching as far as this game in particular goes, because it did get a lot of patching. But it's been long enough that I don't remember enough of what the actual issues may have been, if there were actual issues with this. Because this was back in 2019, I think I played this, so like 4 years ago? Which is wild to think of the fact that it's been that long already for this. I think I played this after I moved here? Genuinely don't remember. I know I played it, put it down, picked it back up again, and then put it down a second time. So I think I initially played it before I moved to this house, and then I played it again afterwards. It's one of those weird things where I can like remember where I was sitting and what else I was doing, but not all of the detail of what happened in this game. It's an interesting little split in my memory there. So I suppose in some ways it may also just be a simple matter of it was a lot simpler to remember, oh yeah, I was working at this place doing that thing, and honestly kind of hating life at that point, but, you know, that's working at an awful dead-end job. That's gonna kill your brain every time. Club does more damage, so we may as well use it for now. As you'd expect, big overhead swing, a lot slower of a weapon. But that's where the landing attack comes in, where you can kind of skip some of the animation. It's not as egregious with that as some of the Igavanias were, but we can still take advantage of it as needed. It might actually be the knockback might have frustrated me. So I now remember a bunch of jumping in the second area that got kind of frustrating. And if I wasn't in the right space at the time, I could absolutely see knockback getting real under my skin. Since that and contact damage are two things that very quickly upset me in games. Especially since the two tend to go hand in hand. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, contact damage and knockback is kind of expected in the retro space, but you would kind of think the developers would have moved past that at some point. Ooh, a warp scroll and a luck scroll. Warp scrolls, I believe, take you back either to a save point or back up to town. We'll take a look at that in a second here. Back to town, yeah. And of course, luck scrolls do the same thing that statue we touched did. Give us temporary extra luck, which gets us better drops, more money, and all that good stuff. Back. I'm better at using this club than you are, and I've only had it a few minutes. You've had it your whole life, I'm sure. Nee. Clubba clubba. Oh, one cave troll down. Thank you for your assistance. I am Professor Basden of the Gildan Academy of Science. I first arrived in Carthus nearly a year ago, searching for remnants of King Trell's caravan. While staying in town, I learnt of an ancient painting throughout the caverns. To my astonishment, they were made by an undiscovered tribe that lived here nearly 1,000 years ago. I named the Ladori after these mountains and began to devote all of my time to researching. They're very interesting people, but their sudden disappearance is what captured my curiosity. One day they just fucked off and nobody knows why. My work was going swimmingly until something sneaked up on me and knocked me out. I believe we have a common interest in finding out why people, both ancient and modern, keep disappearing here. The miners were last blasting on the bottom floor. We should begin our investigation there. Come now, together we can open the gate to the lower levels of the mines. If you remember that pressure plate gate, he's gonna go stand on that button for us and allow us access. I'm gonna go ahead and reset the timer back up to a half hour. And once that half hour is up, this game will end. So remember, anybody who wants to put a request in, make sure to put the request command in so you can see what your options are. If people don't look at the list and ask for things that I don't have, they're not gonna get what they want. Because I don't have it. It's that simple. Now, I'm not saying you can't manage to be lucky and guess something that I have, because considering I have a lot, but I would ideally like people to actually, pay attention and use the list. One of these days I'll actually fill out like a backloggery or something for people to use, rather than just putting my Steam profile there, because it would be a lot cleaner and easier for people to have something like that. But the last time I tried to use the backloggery Steam import, it didn't fucking work. And I'm not gonna sit there and log 1,702, I think it was, games at last count. You can imagine why I wouldn't sit there and manually input all of that. Be a little much. I think I would go slowly insane from data entry by that point. Now, I know there's people out there that enjoy doing that kind of thing, and more power to you. I ain't one of them. But it's important to things I do want to do that I have a list like that available. Go ahead and touch this save point just so we're topped off on health. And that is, of course, assuming that the list actually shows up properly for people and everything. Because I tested it, but, kind of easy to end up looking at the list on your own profile. Whereas, even though it's set to public, that doesn't mean it necessarily will work. Because this was kind of thrown together this morning. So, testing was not as deep as I would have liked it to have been, to put it bluntly. As most of y'all know by now, I test things pretty extensively usually when I set something up, but now and then I get real bad about it because I'm like, I'll just go ahead and do it. Oh yeah, worth noting, this game has coyote jumping. If you notice, you can walk off a ledge and then jump. It's called that because of the whole Wile E. Coyote walks off a ledge and doesn't acknowledge gravity till he looks down. Own bit. So as long as you're quick, you can usually jump past a ledge. Which I seem to recall at some point they kind of start to require. Which was less than ideal. I think the bombable spot was... the lever spot was over here. Yeah. Now just stand there for one moment while I lock the gate in place. He could have just run off so easily and left me on this side with no way through. There, that should do it. Now follow me. I wouldn't leave you behind. I need somebody to do all the work for me. Protect me. Help me. Yes. Yes, help me. I don't think anybody here trusts Explorer Man. I certainly don't. One of these days I'll remember to actually use these knives more consistently. Considering I bothered to buy them. And they are actually pretty good. As you can see, they do about almost a third of the damage of the club, but they don't cost us much energy. They only take 2. There we go. Got a bandana and the silver ring, which is always in one of these chests. These silver rings raise your intelligence, which raises your sub-weapon damage. I forgot to put the other one on. Oh yeah, and occasionally, as you see here, this one's glowing and has blue text. You can get better versions of things occasionally. Like this one ordinarily would have just been 1 defense. It's now 1 defense, 1 constitution. They usually have like a single stat they raise or something along those lines. I don't know if you get even higher quality things later on. I never saw them, I don't think. Oh, that reminds me. Let me address the bestiary. You'll notice we got these crawlers, glowworms, trolls, gloops, drill trolls. Most of them have been labeled as what they are when we hit them. This is a thing that kind of annoyed me. You have to kill a certain amount of the same thing to unlock its bestiary entry. And yet, it doesn't tell you what the drops are till you get them. I mean, this isn't even that old a game. This was from 2018, I think? But it's made to be like that, so it's the same thing either way. Sprite limitations and such lead to them not representing it, because that would be a lot more animating and a lot more artwork to be made. So even in these days where the engine can handle it, the developers don't always do the extra steps for it, because it just ends up being so much more dev work. As one who does pixel art, I absolutely understand why they wouldn't do the extra animating. They'd be there for fucking ever. But it is always nice when you see that. So I could absolutely have seen this be like a DS game. It's a little too advanced for a SNES game, even though art style-wise it could fit. The way it moves and the way it acts is a little bit beyond what the SNES would have easily handled. Though there are games that come damn close. So it probably could do it, just most of the developers at the time probably wouldn't have done it. I suppose is more the point. And as you've seen now and then, there are critical hits. They are very handy, but I don't think there's any great way to influence them aside from your luck. And as we all know, luck's a little bit of a crapshoot. It's a crapshoot I invest in frequently, but I fully acknowledge that it's a crapshoot. Because all the luck in the world might still roll the wrong thing and you still don't get what you want. Look at you with your fucking rocks. Oh, that's another thing. You can knock projectiles out of the air in this game, which is a beautiful thing. I think I found one of the things that annoyed me. You'll notice I just kind of fell out of the air there. Sometimes when you walk off a ledge, you don't jump even though you press the jump button, and it has that coyote jumping. Sometimes it just doesn't work. It's a nice feature when it exists. Not enough games have that ability. But I also understand for balance reasons some games force you to have to dodge the projectiles instead of hitting them. My research indicates that the shaman was the leader of the Ladori tribe. They relied on him to help with all aspects of their lives. From what I can gather, the shaman spent most of his time meditating and attempting to make contact with spirits from beyond our world. To aid him in his quests, he utilized rare gemstones, much like the modern mystics. The Ladori believed that gemstones contained supernatural powers. Perhaps it was the search for such stones that caused the tribe to venture into these mines. That would make sense. You find gems in mines. You also find death in mines, usually, though. Which is why it's kind of weird that they're so shocked that this tribe disappeared. It's like, I mean, they probably just got eaten by some awful thing. Really doesn't seem that shocking. Okay, this lever opens that door to get to that lever. Good old reach around your ass to get to your elbow room. Oh, something I forgot to mention as well. This game has two soundtracks. It has a chiptune soundtrack and an original soundtrack. They're the same songs, just one is chiptune, one isn't. I personally have enjoyed the chiptune version more, but we'll let both play during this session just so you all get to hear both. Which I appreciate that option as well. Though it is a little unfortunate that the mixing for the audio on that makes the original soundtrack a lot lower than the chiptune soundtrack. Which makes it a little hard to hear. And this is our shortcut system. One of them, anyway. You'll find a series of these cave doors in each area, and that allows you to go back and forth throughout the sections that you have access to. But you have to open the door in order to have access to it on this side. If you just go around near it, you probably won't open it. Some of them are open already, like this one, because the only way you could get through there is to blast that. So this gives us access back to town. This is another nice feature. I appreciate having the shortcuts. We'll just take this elevator down, because that's probably where the explorer went. Now we start fighting kobolds. Or a lot tougher. They're not super dangerous, but they are a lot more durable than the enemies we were fighting up to this point. But as you can see, still plenty of the regular enemies we were fighting along the way as well. Engineer's vest. Now, I know this is a bit of a divisive thing, but I personally really like it when you've got a very extensive bestiary with a lot of different random drops from things, just because it helps vary up the item pool a bit. Even if a lot of them end up irrelevant, it's just nice to have things pop out of your enemies when you kill them. It makes the combat feel like it has more value to it, in my eyes. Is that there's more of a purpose to it than just getting the enemy out of the way. You can make points about experience systems adding value to combat, and yes, that's important and that's good too. But I feel like you kind of need both for a combat system to feel properly rewarding. But I'm also a very progression-oriented person. So that's always going to be a caveat for me, is I need good progression systems. Ideally, meaningful progression systems. Not just, oh, number go burr, hooray. Which, that can be satisfying too, don't get me wrong. But it depends on what you're looking for at the time. Leather belt. This one, I believe, is a strength increase? Yes. 1 extra defense, 1 extra constitution, and 1 more strength. Sounds good. But hopefully it goes smoothly for you. I will still be here. popping that door open so I don't need to worry about that later. Whoop! That elevator didn't work. Oh, neat. And this is what these white chests are all about. They usually have money and a bunch of rare items in them. In this case, some salmon, and I already forgot what the other thing was. Was the diamond in there, or did I find that somewhere else? Doesn't matter. Whee! Gravity! Ow. Oh, floor 3. Oh? Did the game just crash? That's a new one. Can't say I've ever seen that happen. Huh. Well, that's upsetting. I'm also convinced that the game's still running. And not anymore. There it goes. We'll get that back open for the remaining 15 minutes. Not really sure why it just kind of died there. That was weird. That was actually something I was going to mention about it, is I had never seen any stability issues with it before. It's doubly upsetting considering it crashed right in front of a save point. So we just lost the whole trip we made down that elevator, basically. Which really wasn't long. It's just kind of unfortunate. And it's, as I said before, confusing. This is not intensive or anything, so there really shouldn't have been any reason for it to be crashing. Let's check the other way since we didn't do that last time. Okay, another spot where we need to be able to crawl or slide or what have you. Now, since this is seeded, I don't know if everything will still happen the same way when we come through here. Like, will they all drop the same stuff or all of that? Because I think all of that is still random in that it rolls on the table, whether you get the things or not. Because I think that's on a instance-to-instance basis. Though some games are actually set in stone that way. Which you wouldn't know it going through it initially, but that is actually the way some games do work. You can just keep stabbing me. You're gonna die anyway. Now, it's kind of funny. The main vibe I'm getting from this now, because of having played Soldiers, is it really reminds me of that visually. It, of course, does not move nearly as fast. But, of course, Soldiers was also made, like, 4 years later by a different team. But stylistically, there's a fair amount of similarities. There's the leather belt again. But, you know, there's going to be stylistic similarities between a lot of these, because good pixel art is good pixel art. There's a lot of varied ways you can make it, but usually it does fall into a handful of styles. Especially when they're on the same theme of fantasy world pixel art game. And that is not to take it down at all. That is just the reality of it. And while this art's on the simpler side, it is good. It's better than what I'm making. Eventually, I'll get to the point where I'm making things this polished. But it ain't there yet. Ooh, feel protected. I assume defense up? It's not registering the information, so I'm just going to assume. And that'll either work out or not on that basis. And that's an example of actually using your tools properly, so as not to get hit. Is we get back enough energy the whole time that I really should just be using it, because that's what those little blue motes you see coming out of the lamps and such are. You'll either be getting money or you will get the sub-weapon energy back. Thank the Watchers. I'm Win. I work in these mines searching for ore and minerals. I'm so glad the military is here to finally get things back to normal. Wait, you're the only one? Well, you have true grit, that's for sure. I'm heading back to the tavern. I need to get my mind off all this with a few games. He, I believe, activates our ability to use those tokens we've been finding to play minigames. And or gamble. I forget if they're actual minigames or if it's just gambling games. It's been a little bit, as I mentioned before. That's what his purpose is, so we won't be bothering to go back for him right now. In the interest of getting us back to that save point that it crashed in front of, because I'm genuinely curious if it's going to crash again. I'll be very cross if it does, but at the same time I won't be that upset. Because if I do end up playing this game in full, I'll probably be playing from the beginning again so that I don't have to stitch this session into the playlist and make things messy for people. Because it's only an hour of gameplay, it's not like it'll hurt me to redo it. You know? We already went that way. This is the new territory, except it really kind of isn't because we were just here a minute ago when the game exploded. I was kind of hoping to fit in the first boss, but it looks like we're not quite going to get there unless I extend the timer again. Which, in the interest of following my own rules, I'm probably not going to. But I would be willing to keep playing this. So, now that it's getting toward the end, what do y'all think? Do you want to see more of this, or do you want me to leave this one alone? Because I'm fine with playing this, but if people aren't interested, I'll just leave it as I'll do this in my own time. Also, it didn't crash in that save room this time, so good news. Dead end. And I could run a poll, but honestly, I don't think we have enough going on right now that I need a poll. And I could always just put it up to Twitter later. And that gets me a wider poll of whether people will want it or not. So that people that aren't here get to find out as well. Besides, I may as well have my fun doing polls before Twitter takes away our power to make polls without paying for it. So I seem to recall that is going to end up getting rotated into being a Twitter Blue feature, is making polls and things. Which is going to upset me greatly, because I actually do really like making Twitter polls, because I find that interaction to be interesting. But I sure as hell ain't paying for Twitter Blue. Ain't got that kind of money to be wasting on slightly more features for social media. It's really just not on the list of things that are worthwhile, ultimately. Even if it might help my reach, because there's still all that debate whether Twitter Blue helps your reach or not. all the reach in the world can't guarantee people actually coming in to watch anyway. That said, you gotta try, you know? One of those things, you may as well push the buttons to tell people things are happening. You just gotta make sure to temper your expectations realistically. Which that's my advice about most things, is temper your expectations. Don't be like me expecting great things and having way too high a goddamn expectation for your own self and your own work. Because very few things will live up to your expectations unless you've made sure to have realistic expectations. And even then, things are gonna fall short. That's to be expected. Don't let it get to you. That's my motivational statement for the day, is don't get in your own head over how things play out. Just keep doing. Because the moment you stop doing is the moment where you're guaranteed not to succeed. Because without anything happening, well, what the hell do you think's gonna happen? In the passageway, the miner's opened is just ahead. But before you continue on, perhaps a history lesson is in order. The Ladori believed that the spirits of animals influenced every aspect of their lives. However, at some point, they began to worship a strange demigod called Zul Ulak. They believed this Ulak controlled an army of monstrous minions who would herald the Age of Darkness. This symbol is what the Ladori used to represent Ulak. It is also the last evidence I have been able to find of the tribe before they vanished without a trace. What could have happened to them? Could this Ulak be connected to the monsters and the disappearances? The answers we seek must lie beyond the passage ahead. I will wait here until you've cleared the way. God forbid I be helpful. I have searched these caverns for answers about where the Ladori went, but my only lead seems to be this inscription, which I believe it is to be the most recent cave painting the Ladori made. It reads Zolta Ulak, which I have translated from the Ladori language into Great Shadow. It is curious that the worship of Ulak seems to have completely eclipsed their previous belief system. Only the tribe's shaman could have initiated such a drastic change, but why? Could it be possessed? Could be insane? Could have been promised power? You got options. Could be that was his play the whole time. Who can say? But since we do have 2 minutes left and there's a boss fight in front of us, we will go fight the boss. You guys get to see what a boss fight looks like. This fucking thing. Yeah, I'm interrupting your meal. What of it? It disappears, tries to claw you. And that's the first phase of this fight, more or less, in a nutshell. As you go along, you'll notice he starts doing those charges as well. He's got more tricks up his sleeve than this, too. This is the boss I actually fought in arcade mode when I did my one run of that. I'm a little bit prepared for fighting him. Yeah, you're gonna knock rocks down. You're gonna do your fire move. As you can see, it gets a little dangerous once he starts putting all of his moves together. Mostly that charge. But while he's stunned after hitting the wall, you get guaranteed crits, I believe. Either that or they're more likely, because I definitely saw a lot of them pop every time I fought this thing so far. You can tell he's getting lower because he's getting crazy with that rock drop. I was hoping not to have to heal, but let's be safe and heal up. Because I got real greedy thinking I was going to finish the job there. And the Wendigo is down. HP max plus 3. Astounding work. I never in all my life have I seen such a skilled fighter. But then again, I mostly deal with dead people. That's probably why. With my brains and your brawn, we may just have a chance of getting to the bottom of this. Now, let's hurry. Time is of the essence. And away! we will not be looking ahead because we have 20 seconds left on the timer. But that gives you a pretty good idea of what Chasm's all about and the kind of game it is. I still don't know why I was away from this game, so as I said before, I'm willing to put it in the pool, well, to be considered for the future. But the timer is the timer, so that's enough of that game. Now, on to the next one. Since no requests came in, I'll just keep on going down the list I planned for myself. Which of these do I feel like doing right now? Yeah, we'll keep on the theme of things that just for some reason I didn't keep playing. This one I have even less reason that I know of for why I stopped playing it. I think I literally just got distracted and didn't play it. Even though I know this to be a good game. Also, slight volume warning, this might end up a little loud. I'll try to catch it, but we'll see how it goes. It's a little bit loud. Go ahead and dump that down a little bit. Except that lost us the intro, but that's fine. I'd rather lose the intro and not deafen everybody than deafen everyone. Even though it still decided it needed to be louder than all hell. There we go, that seems better. Yeah, this is Monster Boy in the Cursed Kingdom. Well, I don't know how many people are familiar with either the Wonder Boy or the Monster Boy series. They're basically along the same line. I want to say it's just localized name for basically the same thing. But I hesitate to call these Metroidvanias because they're... One, they predate that by a fair bit, and they don't quite fit the bill entirely, but they do share some similarities. And that's all fine. Just going to head and delete that save. And we'll get into it. The timer has started. There's a fish. Or hopefully a fish. That seems suspiciously small. That's sure a thing that's happening, yep. Oh, convenient, my fish got bigger. Is that Uncle Nabu flying on a barrel? Something's definitely not right. I better get my stuff and go after him. He's screwing stuff up again. It's around here somewhere. There we go, all my stuff. My one sword. Welcome to Monster World. As you can see, it's very old style. Even though this game came out, I think, 2 or 3 years ago? Maybe a little bit longer than that ago? Very recent game. But it also is a very old series. Like, I think the last Monster Boy game before this one was more like 10 years before that, if not longer. Whoa, stay back, dragon. Sorry, Jen, it's me, your little brother. The hell? Zeke, how'd you turn into that? You won't believe it. Uncle Nabu pulled out a magic wand and transformed everybody in the village. Phew, I'm not crazy then. I just saw him flying on a barrel. Yeah, that's him. He's flying on a barrel of royal nectar he probably stole from the king. That can't be good. We need to stop him. Did you see where he went? He's headed toward the lighthouse. I'll catch up with you there, okay? Now we get actually into it. Kill monster, get coin. That's gonna be a lot of our life right now. Our range is very short. Did you know you could attack while ducking? Hold left stick down and press square to attack tiny enemies. Yeah, getcha. Yeah, my only real experience with this series was Monster Boy and the Dragon's Trap, and that's not even the remade version. I had played the original version of it a little bit, and then tried the remade version, and I never really got into that either. Even though, again, it's a good game. I just, for some reason, it just kind of bounced off a little bit. Still a little loud. Alright, that should be a little bit better. I don't want to make it too quiet because the game's music and sound is actually pretty good. But I also don't want to have to fight the sound the entire time to be heard. Here's our first random shop with the heavy boots. Unlock with whatever that symbol is, heavyweight. Sure. Press options to open the gear menu, then navigate to the boots section to equip them. Except that's not actually working. I need to press the other one. There we go. You'll notice we move a lot slower wearing these, but there's a reason why we need them. First, oh, I can't jump that high. Hang on, I'll switch boots again. At last, some fresh air. Thanks, Mr. Blue Hair. Are you alright? I'm sorry, it looks like my uncle also transformed you into a monster. What? I'm Peppa Leg Goo, not a monster. Is your uncle that flying crazy guy? Hey, when I asked him about a green-haired girl I'm looking for, he just kicked me into a barrel and laughed. I gotta find her. See ya. So about that. Watch it, you almost got us turned into ashes. Uh-oh, I wasn't there before. Please tell me you've got a shield to repel fire. Give me a minute, we'll find something to get rid of this creature. You bought heavy boots? Yeah, that might be enough to explore what's hiding down there. Yeah, the game would have told you to go get the heavy boots if you didn't buy them before that. Sploosh. Thankfully, we can kind of move around down here, but you'll notice there is a breath meter. You gotta touch bubbles in order not to drown. Which at the speed we're moving is gonna be complicated. I'm gonna save that bubble for after we deal with a couple of these guys. Just to make sure we're safe on air. Well, relatively anyway. Thankfully, we can at least jump a little better underwater than we did on land with this thing on. So it looks like I wasted my time getting the other bubble, because we could have just went this way. We got a shield. Reflection shield. The shield is so smooth and polished, it can reflect fireballs back toward enemies. Because that's what polish does. It reflects fire. Oh yeah, we do have an upward swing, by the way. Sort of. If you can call it that. Right now, we kinda suck. Hey, if you want to jump higher, use the right shoes. That's your hint that if you take the heavy boots back off, you can actually jump properly again. I think I did up to the first boss in this game, and then I stopped. A reflection shield? Cool. All you gotta do is face the fire flower to send back its own fireball. Ink. Ta-da! And that opens the door. And away he goes. No thank you or anything, he's just out. Not that he got far. It's a crab. It's another crab. So dangerous. Too tiny crab. Slightly bigger crab. I'm supposed to be impressed. You just keep summoning 2 of the same thing we've already killed a dozen times. Nice work. That uncle of yours sure is causing trouble. Here's a gift I'd like you to have. You look like somebody who could use it. Thanks, but what is this thing? It's a magic fire truffle, of course. I found it in the barrel I was stuck in. You have to eat it. Eat it? This truffle thing looks kind of cute. Trust me, they want to be eaten. That's why they taste as sweet as they look. And it doesn't look like it wants to be eaten, but, oh, gone. We now know Fireball. See, now you can cast fire spells. Sadly, they don't work on Pepe Legos. Awesome. I need to find more of these magic truffles. Yes, you do that. Well, I'm leaving now. If you meet a girl with green hair, tell her I'll find her soon. Goodbye, Mr. Blue Hair. Super Fire Truffle! Your fiery powers have awoken. Press triangle to shoot fireballs that burn enemies and certain obstacles. Find more truffles to carry more fireballs. Whoosh. 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 There we go. Now we can proceed. Yeah, currently we can only carry 5 of those, so it's a little bit limiting. Also, notice how long we stayed stunned after we got hit. Just bear that in mind, because it's going to be unfortunate. Also, note that the checkpoint did not actually give us magic back. I believe you have to get drops from enemies to get your magic back. And the drops don't happen very often. Ah, there we go, yeah. And that got us 1 charge back. So, yeah, you know. But, you know, it's typical of older games that that's the way that works. But I feel like that might be something they didn't need to carry over. And if you'll note in the background over there, you'll see an enemy scuttling around and a chest. Keep that in mind in the future. That's going to be important. We have just enough charges to get through all of this. And be surprised by a crab. This takes us to the background. Be tiny now. Be tiny and still gotta go stab things. Stab the tiny crab. And open the tiny chest. For money. And this will bounce us back to the foreground. Boing. Like I said, it's a neat game. Just, it's another case of early on things are pretty basic. To the best of my knowledge, it does open up a lot more later and you get a lot more options later, but you gotta get there. Okay, we can buy a refill, so we'll go ahead and refill our magic. Thankfully, we've been making plenty of money, so that's actually not that big an issue to spend. And that's why we can buy the refills here, is because we needed to manage to accurately fire through there. Not sure what this area is. Ah! Hidden coins! Which, that's also a thing, is there are hidden items and coins and things, literally just in trees and shit, that you can sometimes find. Sweet. Get my health back. Because I believe checkpoints do restore your health, they just don't restore anything else. And of course, they save your game, which is supposed to be the more important part. But that one kind of varies a little bit, depending on who you ask. Ah, see, that one was a trick. That one goes up. Health potion. I believe that'll restore your health if it runs out. Of course, once. So it's kind of like an extra life of sorts. Except without actually completely dying. But it moves well, it plays well. It can be a little annoying at times because you don't realize how something works and rolls away like that, but, you know. That's just how it goes. I think I might need to go off screen and bring that back this way. Yeah. Of course, have to keep up with the moving platform. Goodbye, coin. I didn't want you anyway. This, I think, buys healing? Yeah. Which is kind of expensive, honestly. That was 40. Another checkpoint. Wait for me! Uncle Nabu's inside. Let's be careful. He was summoning monsters on the way. I told you he's gone crazy. Alright, Uncle. There he is. Yeah, what do you brats want? If it's my wand you're after, you can forget it. I think it's time you hand that thing over, Uncle. You've already caused enough trouble. Where'd you find it, anyway? None of your business. If you're gonna I'm gonna make you regret following me, but first... More drink. Empty already? Damn it. I need another bottle. Gotta find more royal nectar. Stay out of my way if you don't want to see my true powers. Oh, great. He pissed it off and now he's made it bigger. Whoa, that wand is no joke. Oh wow, it got big. Giant squid. Ah! Okay, I gotta hit the tentacles. Okay, slimes give health. Sometimes he drops rocks too. Okay. There we go. Now I've got myself some free space aside from the rocks falling on my head. There we go, that was pretty quick and easy. I could have sustained less damage doing that, but it's fine. Oh no! We are now Peeg. Well, that seems excessive. Now we're down a deep, deep, dark hole. Oh, hey, there was a thing over there. No, the water. Ah! Can't swim as a pig. How'd I end up in the sewers? Ugh. Ah, I'm a pig and with one eye no less. Now I'm too fat to use my armor or gear. The smell down here, it's wonderful. At least this powerful snout can help me smell my way out of here. Yeah, now we have Pig Punch. We can smell all the fine things. And we still have our Fireball. We thankfully didn't get too big to cast magic. When you see these little clouds, you know to sniff for something. Yeah, just like Monster Boy and the Dragon's Trap, we end up in different forms throughout the game that we're gonna have to work around. Made of a special magical substance, it has an oddly irresistible smell and is essential for loot masters. You'll also notice we sink just like we had heavy boots on. Just naturally now. Yep, we are not getting our health back from these checkpoints, I'm noticing. I didn't really pay attention before, but I've noticed now. There's a timer. I need a boogie. Thankfully, the timer's on screen. There was something I wanted to check. Right, I already turned reduce flashing lights on. Okay. Because I remembered that that was an option, and I could not remember if I turned it on. Yeah, there's your reminder, hey, stupid, throw a fireball at the lever. I wanted to make sure there wasn't an item to get by sniffing there, because I couldn't remember what that was. I think I did start this pig section. I just didn't, you know, follow through on it. What slam? Get punched. Okay, we got most of our health back, so that's the good news. Yeah, the problem is, as a pig, our reach kinda sucks. Like, our reach as a human already wasn't great. Our reach is worse now. Which is honestly impressive. The good news is we have very rapid attacks. We just, again, don't have a ton of reach. Well, missing that is probably a problem. But I think that takes us back up to try again. Yeah. Because what I'm supposed to do is catch that ladder on the way across, but I was too distracted by the enemy. Or, you know, I'm just gonna fuck it up again. Good for me. Glad I did that. Yeah, get used to magic doors just appearing and disappearing, because that's kind of just a thing with this series. God damn it. Maybe I just need to time it better. Maybe that ladder's a lie. I might be telling myself lies, thinking that ladder does anything for me. It wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, I just needed to walk off and jump. But that's why you're able to go back up so easily, is you need this key. This key should open a locked door located somewhere in the sewers. So if the key door is up there, what's down here? That looks like forward progress, so maybe... I don't know. Let's check this door first, since we got the key for it. I'm now suspicious. That's a neat animation. Seemingly empty room. Aha! Magic truffle! Ow. You can now carry more fireballs. Extra firepower means more enemies running away from your scorching wrath. Now we can carry 10 fireballs instead of 5. Bonk. Like, the animation in this game is really good and really fun. I do really think it was just a matter of the somewhat simplistic gameplay and worries I had about where it was going when we got this initial transformation. Probably steered me away from it enough that I played other things rather than playing this more. Big checkpoint here. And magic shop, it looks like? Yep, but we don't need more fireballs. Which is not a sentence you'll hear from me often. Usually I'm all about needing even more fireballs. Always have all of the fireballs. But the shop exists so that you're guaranteed to be able to hit that switch and get across here. You know, if you don't fuck up the jump like I did. Making the jump tends to help. Let me pull the other menu back up on that. So that I can pay attention to that. It's gonna be kinda helpful. Okay, that goes down, but doesn't have a timer. Getting my ass kicked, because I'm being lazy. Sniff, sniff. Fireball. Oh, well, fuck me. At least we can fireball underwater for reasons. So it looks like we gotta go all the way back. For see previous statement of reasons. Is for some reason the lever doesn't have a handle once you hit it. But now this one has a handle again. We're also drowning a bit, which is a problem. And we're dead. So that was inconvenient. First death due to drowning. Can't say I'm surprised. That's the most likely way I was going to die in this game. That or hubris. Which really, I guess, in a way, was the same thing anyway. Because I was just rushing through, like, yeah, I won't drown, it'll be fine. Promptly dies. Well, this is my life. This is how it ends. Ghost. All of that for a ghost of questionable use. Oosh. Okay, it's in there now. Assume this will open the door when that comes down? Yeah. And this goes up like an elevator. And... what's this sign say? Village of Lupia, that way. Which I think is where we came from. Or at least I would assume that's where we came from since we got dropped into the sewers. We wouldn't really end up in a whole different area. Logically. Then again, maybe the sewers serve multiple towns. So maybe that's another town. Oh, did I screw up? I might have screwed up. I appear to not be able to get back up there, so hopefully there's nothing actually on the other side of... I'm not gonna lie, did not notice this thing growing down here because I was too busy focusing on whether I could get back up there or not. So that's a thing. If slime meets slime, slime becomes bigger slime. That's a concern. Excuse me, Mr. Pig, have you seen a blue-haired boy down here? Zeke, it's me, Jin. What? Jin, are you aware that you're a pig? Of course, look at how huge my belly is. So I'm a cool dragon, you're a smelly oinker? That's pretty funny. Let's just get out of here and find Uncle Nabu so we can fix this. Good idea, it's easy to get lost down here, but I know the way, come on. How long have you been spending in the... Wait, what? Wait up! Are these sewers a Lost Woods situation? Do you loop if you go the wrong way? If so, I have very big concerns about the infrastructure of this town. Is how the hell would that even work? Then again, Nabu might have fucked with these sewers, just like he turned us into a pig, our brother into a dragon, and more than likely other people into other things. I also keep forgetting that I have to duck to hit those because the punch looks like it should hit low, but it doesn't. That way, okay. Now let's calm down here, fish boys. Just because I'm a pig doesn't mean you get to have pork. Found another ghost. Might be the same ghost. I think it's a different one, though. I think it was a slightly different shade of green. Might be the lighting, though. Money, money, money. There's a healing point. How much are you charging for healing? Ah, you sell potions as well. I'll go ahead and buy a potion. We got lots of money. And at the rate I'm going, I'm probably gonna need it. Yep, I figured it was a trap. Because why would they have a healing point and everything if there wasn't a boss fight about to happen? And you know? Okay, we get stunned by him landing. Ah, fireball. I assume that's what these slimes are for, then, is probably to get both your health back and to get fireballs. Easy. What's in the box? It's a key. Probably for that door where the ghosts were. This key should open a locked door located somewhere in the sewers. All the doors be open. This will beat him up for another fireball. Oh, that's what that lever's been doing. It's been raising and lowering the sewer water level. And that's how the elevator was working. I didn't really notice the green tinge to it till that one. This opens the door to the village. Okay. Now, that half-hour timer has a minute left, but I'm going to pause it and restart it. But before I do that, I'm going to take a quick break because my stomach is getting real upset with me. So bear with me just a couple minutes. I'm going to put you guys on intermission and run an ad. I will hopefully be back before the ads end. I don't intend to be gone long, but you know how the body can be. Sometimes shit happens. Quite literally. So, back in a moment. Okay. We're back. Sorry for the delay. There it goes. Okay. Just making sure that it actually comes back when I click back into the window. Well, into the screen, I guess is more accurate, because it shouldn't actually be a window, but it's behaving like a window. Either way. We're back in action now. Yeah, 50% reflection damage. Good to know. We have all of those. We knew about all that already. Okay. Hey there, Cece. How you been? Been a little while. Where was I going? That way, I think. Ah, good. Glad to see you back around. Mixed results on that one. Ah, the actual slime pool there is what hurt me. Okay. Like, mostly things have been good, but lately here I've been a bit stressed because of paperwork stuff and just generally getting down about how I've been handling things, but we're getting back into the positives, so I'm not gonna let it bother me. How about you? I appreciate that. And it should. I mostly just need to actually properly take care of things instead of putting things off. Yeah, that's just an unfortunate state of life for us these days, it seems. But hopefully it gets better for you too. Yeah. Bro, what took you so long? I thought you were right behind me. Well, I can't fly, you little bastard. Alrighty. Good luck with everything you're working on. Did you forget I'm carrying some extra weight? Right, sorry. Lupia Village is just up ahead. By the way, everyone in town can't wait to see your new form. I couldn't resist telling them. You little bastard. That's not a door. This is a door, but we need bombs. I'm gonna guess that that means pig no-go this way. Oh! I just realized that when you duck down as the pig, he just kind of goes into board pose instead of actually, like, laying down and ducking properly. Nice touch. Okay, I'm assuming that little gap is probably for, like, another smaller form or something we'll probably be getting. Here we are in Lupia. Jin, look! I've always wanted to see a penguin. Is that the Royal Guard? I guess even they got transformed. They're gonna kick my ass, apparently. As the King's Royal Counselor, I'm placing you under arrest for helping your uncle ruin the kingdom. What? We didn't help him. In fact, he turned us into creatures, too. Then why are you here? You two look very suspicious right now. We came to see if anyone knows how to restore us back to normal, including our uncle. Uncle Nabu may be a bit, well, dim-witted, but he'd never hurt anyone. Except for the fact that he did. A lot. He beat up that squid, turned it into a giant, and tried to kill us. And then tried to strike me dead with lightning and threw me into the sewers as a pig. That's right, he must be under an evil spell or something. If you wish to clean up your uncle's mess, then I will not arrest you. In fact, I may be of help. According to the Royal Archives, this isn't the first curse to befall our beloved kingdom. Legends speak of a group of sacred orbs that were used in the past to expel evil and keep our citizens safe. If only we had them all. But alas, only a brave soul would ever consider such a quest. I can find the orbs, just tell us where they are. What a noble lad. In that case, I'll study the archives again to learn the location of each orb. In the meantime, go search the misty woods located west of here. I have a feeling one of the orbs resides there. It's been a creepy fucking place, and they would put those there. I doubt you'll stand a chance in your current forms, but good luck. We're all counting on you, but at the same time, if you die, I'll just start sending penguins that way. One of them will make it. You'll see, I'll find the orbs even if it means exploring the most dangerous places in the kingdom. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of this curse and make things right. I sure hope those orbs exist. Then I suggest you do so before we capture Naboo. The king has scheduled an important meeting for him with the castle executioner. You'd better hurry. Come, penguins, we must go. You've got this, Jen. I'll keep it flying above to search for clues and stuff. Catch up with you later. Sucker. The sewers and the crystal caves. Okay. Hey, Mr. Ollie, I see you weren't spared the curse either. No, it doesn't bother me much. I just wish I still had my music sheets. What happened? I was reorganizing them when that flying jester came here to transform everyone. He zapped them away, and I have no idea where they went. That's unfortunate. You can count on me to bring back any of your sheets I find, okay? You do that? Oh, please. Without those sheets, my heart is as empty as my playlist. That's a really goddamn relatable sentence, and I don't know how to feel about it. I want to explore the Misty Woods, but now it's too dangerous. Somebody said they saw a mushroom as big as a tree in there. That looks important. But let's deal with that in a minute. The windmill. Not what I meant to do. I keep forgetting it's a separate button to talk to people in this. Jin, that uncle of yours caused a lot of trouble. I know, Miss Panda Pan. I'm sorry that he turned into a panda bear. Actually, I'm happy this way. These strong paws are great for kneading bread, but unfortunately Naboo crashed into my windmill with his barrel. It hasn't turned since. So now my grains aren't being grinded. Can you help? I'd love to, but I'm not exactly in the best form for jumping and climbing. Yeah, you wouldn't get far in that plumpish shape. Once you lose all that weight, can you go up and check things out? The ladder leading up there's got knocked down, so it's hard for me to reach it. While I'm lighter than you are, I understand that I am a little too big to be climbing things. Let's see if we can actually go into that other door, though. Maybe there's something around here that'll be useful to us. Nothing here. There's a button up there that we can reach. It looks like we might actually be able to do this bit even though the game's clearly telling... Oh, okay. This pipe here is solid. We can't actually go over there. Otherwise, we could have easily just hopped over and been done with this idea. So, what's stopping me just riding this elevator up? That's what's stopping me. Right. Ass too fat. Can't do that. They did tell me that, but I didn't believe them. You still haven't found the orb hidden in Misty Woods located west of here? Just as I expected. Useless pig. Useless. One cork a day keeps the secrets away. Oh, that didn't work. This is an inn, I presume, with the moon on it. Makes you immune to native status for a few minutes. Okay, no, I didn't miss a word there, okay. It literally is for a few minutes, not for a few minutes, like it probably should be. Got any weapons for a pig? Eh, you got a bracelet that I could use. Gives me more magic ammo drop chance. The rest of this all comes in the future. And this door doesn't even open. Alright. Got a whole lot of characters hanging around everywhere. Store our fire spells. The Misty Woods, the Lost Temples. What about over here? There's a big old opening right here, but there's nothing here. Let's go check that tower we saw before we actually proceed to the Misty Woods. Gonna slim down. Gonna get in shape. Just gotta keep running. There we go. Ah, this is just a shortcut. Well, that was a waste of my time. Back we go. Of course, I go to take a drink, and that's when I needed to actually jump over that. I could have done it one-handed, but I didn't want to risk fumbling the controller trying to move my hand over. It's not like we were going to wait that long anyway. We don't have a fireball shield anymore. We can, however, punch the shit out of a flower. Anything down here? And there's something. Oh boy. Sure hope I don't drown doing this. Okay, we can't go that way yet, because we need whatever hooks onto those. Ah, convenient. The door opens back to the bridge. And out of the drowning water. Or land. And remember, anybody who wants to make a request, there is a command end for it. So you can see what the list is, see what games you want to see. Fuck you, nature. I'll just beat up the clouds. Because a lot of these are going to be on a very similar theme, considering the section of my list I looked at before I started today. Barring people actually making requests. Which, if you don't want to, that's fine. As I said, I got plenty of things to choose from already. So, never hurts. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if people pick things to make me suffer anyway. So really, maybe it's for the best that nobody picks anything other than myself. Jump and stomp on enemies to make yourself jump higher. Bonk. My coin. Missed me. Okay, I can't actually grab that. That's probably a different form. There we go, extra potion. Good to know potions are free, easily available from enemies some of the time. And these snakes gave away where this is. Oh, which just leads back around to here. Oh, that's disappointing. That does mean we could have avoided that entire jump that I fought with. You, fancy gold man, come back here and give me your money. I'm gonna beat the life savings out of you. Oh, that's a bigger cloud. I was wondering why we were getting these, like, ground sparks flying around. Now I know. I didn't look up at him yet. I was busy focusing on dodging the fireballs on the ground. And I gotta say, and it's gonna sound a little bit weird, but this game's honestly a little too bright. Like, I'm actually having a little bit of a hard time looking at it long-term in this area at the very least, because, like I said, it's so goddamn bright around here. And that confusion thing, by the way, was reversing our controls, for those wondering. Oh, I might have not wanted to do that yet. Bastard. Because I can't get over there now, so hopefully there's nothing there that I needed and missed by jumping down first. Get some coinage. Can't burn that. Okay. Ah, you need to light the torches and scare off the spooky vines. I didn't worry about getting hit there because we have a potion. We're also down to the last, like, 15 minutes for this game, so... if we die, we die. Okay, if we sniff, we get fireball charges here. That's actually really handy, considering we don't have to pay for those. It's that way. Oh, I see. I gotta wait a little bit, and once the other torch goes out, this vine gets out of the way. Now that one gets out of the way. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Fireball. I'm up. Fireball. Fireball. And we're clear. Go ahead and recharge. I do like that those are nice and quick to recharge that way. There's a mud tree man. Just beat him up. There we go. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how that button works, but I think we need to trigger a vine to come out from this spot here, because you'll notice this is the same as the vine spot here. And what I assume is the case is I need to light that torch in the bottom left to do so. God damn it. I thought I could slip through there and do that in that order, but I think I need to do it the other way around for it to work. I need to light that one first, and then light that one. Because then it comes out, gets scared, and then goes over there. Thus opening the bridge to get across. Ta-da! We are almost dead, though, which is an issue. Assuming this is not on a timer. Oh, no, it is. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Ow. Fuck me. Gotta do it again. There we go. Thankfully, we got delivered straight across the gap there. Look at that happy mushroom as I burn it. There we go. Ah, the mud makes us not able to jump worth the crap. Okay, that's expected. Upsetting, but expected. Oh, we sink in it, too. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Heard of quicksand, but not quick mud. Maybe it's just because we're so damn heavy as a pig, though. That would make sense. It's at this moment that I've realized I'm out of fireballs. Which, as you might imagine, is a concern. Just delivered straight to that bat. Uh-oh. Duly noted, do not miss when you try to dive stomp something near that mud, because you will sink like a stone. Really hoping for a heart out of that, because we are in trouble right now. Nope, not gonna fuck with him with no hearts left. Too early. Well, there's our first actual death. As you can tell, the game's actually starting to get a bit dangerous now. Instead of being mostly dangerous because I'm fucking around too hard. Get back down here so I can kill you. This lack of reach is a killer. Wait, how'd I die that quickly? I could have swore we had full health, and then suddenly I died to that bat in one hit. But I may have missed taking damage by virtue of, I guess we probably got hit by the mudmen. Like, maybe when I was diving on them, it didn't actually avoid the damage. I don't know. Great confusion, but we're fine. We're alive. This time. I'm gonna point aggressively at you. See that fucking guy? He's gonna die. Yes. And that's right, now you drown. Fuck you. You go swim with your friend. And of course, now I go swim with them too. This is what I deserve. This is entirely fair. As upsetting as it is, it's entirely fair. I also think he was actually about to drown. I saw X's in his eyes before I punched him. There we go. Yeah, I just was one step short of where I needed to be to not fall in the water. Meanwhile, back here... No, that doesn't actually work how I thought it would. Sure. Oh, I probably should have hit that switch first. Oh, wait, no. This... something. What's this? Super Boomerang Truffle. New boomerang skills have been unlocked. Boomerangs damage foes and will collect loot from a distance. They even go through walls and can be recaught. Find more truffles to increase your boomerang magic. We right now only have one charge of it, so they fully expect you to be catching it. Okay. Ah, that brings another mushroom cage down. Gotcha. That makes sense. And we've got a raid coming in from Xeno. Give her a second to get in. There you are. Thank you for the raid, Xeno. Don't chew on people too hard. How was your stream and how are you doing? Welcome in, all you crazy werewolves. Right now, I am Pig. Before I go rushing off, let's do one of these. So, I feel like y'all have heard me recommend Xeno enough that I don't need to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Yes, I am a bot.
Aw, sorry to hear you had another one of those, Xeno. But I'm glad that you're at least doing better. How? Okay, I'll bite game. What do you expect me to do here? Ah! You expect me to get rid of the mushrooms to raise the platform. Understood. Yeah, that's the important part, is that you're doing better now. How am I meant to reach that? Boomerang doesn't quite get there. Ah, right. Pig is heavy. Got it. That raises that up, and that balances out. God damn it. Yeah, I made some adjustments. Because, like I told you how I learned how to resize things better, I started making a couple more stickers as a result of the resizing being available. There's no rush, it'll still be there. And there'll be more. There we go. Oh, you got stuck in a cage too, huh? Well, let's just free that. Hey there, Zap. How you doing? Hey, Mr. Pig. Really not my day. Can you be a pal and break that cage for me? He didn't recognize me at all. I'm glad you're happy with that sticker still, Zeno. I'm glad you're doing alright, Zap. I'm doing fine. Hey, Papeligo, it's me, Jin. Who? Right. Mr. Bluehair. Mr. Bluehair? Well, I can tell you've changed, but in a good way. I really like that new snout of yours. Would you mind breaking that cage for me, please? It feels a bit cramped in here. I could just leave you in here for all eternity. Just, like, take a nap right here. It's a great place. I tentatively announced it at the end of stream yesterday. I didn't want to, like, hard commit to announcing it in case you still needed break time, but, well, there you go, everybody. Confirmation that that is in fact happening. Thanks, buddy. Why were you in a cage? I don't know, I just stumbled upon this trap. Anywho, thanks again. See you, Mr. Blue-Haired Piggy. Indeed. Hey there, Mendel. How goes? Wait. Thank you. At least he threw down a vine instead of ditching me like our little dragon brother did. Now, for all those coming in from the raid, how today's working is every game I'm playing is getting a half hour to an hour to be worth my time, basically. And whatever games end up good enough will get full playthroughs later on down the line. Most of these are things I've either put down because of usually reasons I don't remember at this point, or have had one issue or another that caused me not to keep playing them. That said, if you type in !request, or you just already on my Steam list, you can just look at the list of what I have available and make requests. Because the request pool is open today. Exactly, right there. It'll open the profile and you'll have to click the game section on the right from there, but I'm sure y'all can figure it out. Now, ideally, RPGs probably shouldn't be picked because they're not gonna get their stuff done in a half hour to an hour, but anything else is on the table. More or less, anyway. Still working on formatting and figuring out good ways to handle these things, since this is a new idea, relatively. This is just an escalation of another idea I already did before. Ah, I see. The spider will shoot web at me and knock me off there. Got it. Which is why we crushed the spider. Bye! Gonna guess the boomerang goes through that. Yep, there we go. As far as how to actually make the request, literally just put the game in the chat and I'll determine from there. If there's multiple, we'll decide between them. 8 Doors is an interesting one. I don't think I ever actually loaded that one up at all. But we can look at that. It might be a little slow to get going, but we'll take a look either way. Hello, pretty fox lady. Why the long face? Oh, you're sweet. It's about my family. My husband Foximus is quite upset that our children look like raccoons now. Uncle Nabu. At least they didn't get changed into something worse, trust me. If only there was a way to remove this curse. Don't worry, ma'am. There's hope, but we need to find a magic orb said to be hidden in this forest. Is that so? Foximus knows the forest better than anyone. You can find him up on the treetop. Good luck. But the art in this is very fun. The gameplay's okay. It's very dated, even though it's a game that was made recently because it was made based on a very old series. But it's a good game. That said, its hour-long timer is up. So that's it for this one. As you can see down there, this was made in 2022. But the Monster Boy / Wonder Boy series has been around... I know they were on the Master System, so very old. That's the answer to that, is very old. Ah, there we go. Yeah, and it's the same art style as used in Monster Boy and the Dragon's Curse, which is also quite good. But that is a remake of a very old game. So, you could probably just look up the older version of the game, unless you want the fancier view of it. I just needed to quickly download 8 Doors because I didn't have it installed. Small game though, so we're already loaded with that. We'll get that one on the go, since that was requested. Just give me a second to change what game we're playing, and get it loaded up for you guys. Now, admittedly, I can't guarantee we're going to get super far into this one in the half hour to an hour. Yeah, it shouldn't be too pricey. I think even at full price, Cursed Kingdom wasn't that expensive. I've heard good things about this. I never ended up playing it because I think I installed it, forgot about it, and then one thing or another happened. Oh, actually, that's a pretty good price. How's the music for you guys right now? So I tabbed away from OBS again. Okay, then I'll just leave it as it is and we'll play it by ear. We'll go ahead and play on normal. That's more than likely fine. They are eating soup. So there are weird skull clouds coming off the soup, so I'm not sure how to feel about that. Why are you eating skull soup? Found a better recipe. It's in this... Oh. People be dying. She's the lone survivor. There's no dialogue or anything so far. That's why I'm kind of just saying things for the time being. Hello, spooky ghost. Do you know things? Well, you gave her things. I assume these are useful. Ah, that's why she went to go find these two. They either don't like this information or don't know anything. I can't tell which yet. He's got multiple of those bells, though, so I assume this is... Oh. It's a pass to get on their boat, I guess. Either that or it's like, this is a favor owed, so you get free trip on boat. We've arrived. Are you having second thoughts? There's no time for that. Dive in. Hey, what are you... Well, she's gone. That moon looked kind of like one of those bells. That's a little weird. Coming to the land of the dead on her own? That's interesting. Arum, was it? Good luck. I'm going to assume we arrived. Oh yeah, we're a little bit transparent now. So, we're definitely in the land of the dead, I guess. Well, that's a thing. They never stop coming. What are you doing here? You're in search of your father? Death is inevitable. This is no place for you. Go back where you belong. You are an annoyance. Head to the Death Tavern and search there. I can't help you anymore. Take these if you need them. Well then. Away. Oh, neat. That actually gave us armor, a scythe. There was a lot of stuff in that little blob he threw on the ground there. Press A to jump. Hold A to jump higher. The jumping feels a little strange. Press X to attack, press X repeatedly to perform a combo attack. Each weapon has its own combo attack. Some attacks deal more damage. Fuck you, Underworld Rocks. Yeah, this seems interesting. Press B when your health is low to restore health using potions. Press A and down to jump down under the platform. Hold the key to pass through multiple platforms at once. What about over here, though? You told me to go that way, but fuck going that way. I'm going this way. A specter! Wait, what? You're no specter. Did you come here alone? What? How? For real? That's nonsense. I must be dreaming. Oh my, this is surreal. To meet a living person here in purgatory? What? You're here to find your father? I can't believe I'm doing this, but... I'll guide you to the Death Tavern, Ribbit. My name's Dukrog, Ribbit. The most merciful being in purgatory you'll ever find. Oh, hey there, kitty. Welcome to me making nonsense, as usual. Many know me as the faithful Dukrog, Ribbit. You are fortunate to have met me, Ribbit. I'm your hat now, Ribbit. Now that you're with me, go just follow my lead, Ribbit. The first place spirits visit in purgatory is the Death Tavern. There, you'll be able to find the whereabouts of your father, Ribbit. It shows the areas of purgatory explored. Press that button to check the map. Left trigger to roll. You can evade obstacles and specters' attacks by rolling. You can't roll while attacking. There are some obstacles and attacks from specters that cannot dodge by rolling. There are spikes there, Ribbit. Don't touch those. Let's go where they told us to go. I regret going this way. Immediately. Money. Cattle. I understood where you were going. Be gone, round boy. Okay, there's bandages up there. They turn into rolling death fireball. Got it. Not the most appreciative of that, but that's the thing that happens. So this is probably another one that's at least going to get its full hour timer. We haven't actually had any that ended up with only the half hour. Life is shorter and death is longer than you think. How would you like to cease to exist? That is not what I expect out of my save points to be telling me. Rude. Thank you, kitty. the end of that one. Okay. Oh, that's weird. My reflex told me that platform coming down was going to kill me, so I needed to get out of there. Well, I wasn't wrong. That platform did lead to death, just not the way I expected. Okay, the round boy can be stunned out of his charge. That's good to know. This moves pretty well aside from the float, but the float very clearly seems to be intentional considering her dress is what's making her float. Oh, we're gonna be playing like that now, are we? Okay. Giant pits of death spikes everywhere. Did not mean to float that way. And, well, we don't talk about that last one. Wow, that doesn't heal much at all. Well, that's concerning. I just wanted the money. There we go. Oh, how did you find this place? Oh, you came from Purgatory to Purgatory alone, right? Oh, you're certainly an interesting one. I travel through Purgatory and draw maps. Nothing beats the excitement of adventure. Not sure how you got here, but do find me if you need geographical information. I'll give you everything I know, ho-ho. Oh, you need a map? Kingdom of Yama map. Map created by Young-ho. Oh, it shows the landscape of the Kingdom of Yama. Oh ho ho, veteran pathfinders could find their way to the Death Tavern blindfolded. Yo ho ho. Looks like we're not going any further this way, because that doesn't seem like a doable jump. And this is certainly not a doable jump either. But we have a map now. Pretty detailed map, too. There's something right next to us. What is that supposed to be? Or is that us? It certainly doesn't look like us. Well, there went that coin. Would have figured there'd be a secret door there. Just look at that smug look on the frog's face the entire time. He's just like, yep, I know what I'm doing, and it's great for me, because I don't have to actually do anything. Missed me. I just calls them as I sees them. I'm just hoping I don't lose that voice in among all the other ones. Blessings to you who has found this place. Dawn of Death Guardian. In the essence of extinct guardians of death, pray to them to acquire their power and learn a new skill. I can use my power to expand my body to a Duoslini form, Ribbit. Once I'm in my Duoslini form, moving that boulder will be a piece of cake, Ribbit. Right trigger to transform Duocroak into a part of the Duoslini into his expanded form. Press right trigger again to shrink him back. At least he's useful. He's not just floating around in my head and being weird. Yeah. More potions, more invincibility frames, coins automatic. Yeah, okay. I would like to get up there, but I can't. Be big! Look at him go. I probably should be pushing it the other way, but I was having fun. Pure determination on his face. I have finally reached where I can stop running. Okay, each checkpoint seems to be a different thing. Yeah, I mean, he is cheating a bit. He's using magic instead of putting forth real effort, but I'll take it because he's at least doing something. I'm guessing we're going to be making a lot of use of him changing into different forms throughout this, probably. He's still a smug little bastard. But now I presume we're supposed to do something up here using that to get further up. I'm not sure why you can push that one. It doesn't seem like it would help anything. I probably won't go through the whole thing today, but I'll put it in the list to finish. I'm enjoying it so far as well. You know, unless something happens somewhere along the way that proves that this isn't gonna end well. Yeah. Well, that's upsetting. I would have rolled through that, but I would have just fallen off anyway. So I was hoping to ride the knockback out and still stay up there. It didn't work according to plan, as you see there. There we go. Hope your soul be safe. Spectres, those who are lost, come with me. Together we make a new world. Myrtley. That's fine, Xeno. The VOD will still be there for you to see the rest of this. And I do appreciate you bringing everybody over, and, you know, this suggestion's working out great as well. Discord, what are you yelling at me about? Ah, okay. Just making sure there wasn't something I needed to worry about there. But like I said, have a good night, Xeno, and everything will still be here or in the morning. He got claws. Okay, that goes further than I expected. Noted. Okay, that hits behind him a little bit too. Noted. Look at the way his teeth move. I can appreciate it whether or that's what you're here for or not. I'm allowed to do that. Looks like he's got like tiny wings as well. Uh-oh, he mad. He real mad. He's still doing the same thing, but he's real mad while doing it now. Ah, he turned around that time. So close, yet so far. Uh-oh. He's getting smarter. Ah! I couldn't roll again. I thought I could roll quicker than that. Oh, first death. Probably first of many. Okay, good. He doesn't do his whole dialogue again. Now that I know where his pattern reaches, we can speed this up a lot. You know, plus or minus me getting caught on the backswing. Yep, there we go, he's mad. Missed me. Ah, it didn't let me roll because I was still technically attacking. I can see there being some issues with this game, but I'm still enjoying it so far. I just gotta be careful. Specifically more careful than I've been so far. There we go. Unknown flower. The red veins on the leaves catches your eye. Achievement unlocked, failed hero. So that's interesting. Let's see if we can use this save point now that we've gotten rid of him. There we go. Just so I don't have to fight him again. And thank you for that. It wasn't that bad a fight, I just was super greedy the first time. Well, we got arrows pointing both ways. I don't know how to feel about the creepy smile pointing down, so we'll go this way. Stop. This is the world for the dead. You're a living person. Why did you come to Purgatory? It's reckless of you to come all the way here. Death is inevitable. You can't change fate, even if you do manage to find your father's soul. I hope you won't regret your choice. My sword is reacting violently today. It's you. You're the one that my sword is responding to. That's odd. Well, it's either one of the two. Likes you, or it wants to eradicate you. It might want to eradicate you even if it likes you. Did something happen on your way here? I did hear sinful cries of specters nearby. You seem alright. I'm gonna guess these are the same, yeah. Death Tavern. You're new, right? It doesn't matter. I'm only here to sell my items. Hey, safety comes first when you're traveling to Purgatory. So why not buy my items? You'll be sorry if you don't. I'll give you a special discount, so come by any time. What, you need something already? Take a look at what I've got to offer. Potions restore HP. They restore more than small potions. Red Kama Jade, red jade that resonates with warm yang energy. It has a little scratch marks on it and increases max health. I'm glad people are enjoying it. Yeah, that's an essential item to a newbie guardian of death like you. White jade that resonates with cool yin energy. It has a little scratch, increases max purified sin. Can a newbie like you really purify a specter's sins? Well, don't stay up too late, Xeno. A plant that erases certain memories can be used to reset your perks, known to only grow in Purgatory. This is called the Root of Oblivion. It's really hard to get your hands on, you know? A Thurible you can use to store harvested souls and fugitive souls. It can hold more souls than a basic Thurible. Okay, that's a thing. On the one hand, you can get away with doing it now and then, but maybe don't push it. Nah. Ah! Oh man, I was so close. Was I playing for too long? I see a living person. Hmm. Wait. Ah! Oh my, you're real? You came to the purgatory alone? That can't be. A living person can't come to the purgatory alone. What? You're looking for a soul? Looking for a soul? What the hell are you talking about? Alright, calm down. Calm yourself. I can't calm down. First of all, go ask the master of the Death Tavern. I can relate on the I can't calm down. Here to sign your soul? Do a croak, what's going on? Ma'am, I can explain. So your father and the town villagers suddenly died, and you came to the purgatory to find your father. Death is inevitable, little one. Every human dies eventually. It's amusing that you came to the purgatory alone for such a reason. Well, since you're here, the least I can do is check. Girl, are you sure your father's dead? That's odd. His soul never stopped by. What a hassle. Hey, you. I don't intend to stop you from finding your father's soul, but I can't stop what I'm doing here just to find one lost soul. This means you'll have to find him by yourself. Are you sure you're up to this? I mean, I started this, I may as well keep going. Also, look at how much Dukroak is freaking out on my head right now. He wants no part of this conversation. Be careful. Dukroak. Ribbit, go to the observation deck with her. I'm afraid I'm too busy. Ribbit. So you have chosen death. I'm sorry, I'll get right on it, ma'am. Ribbit. Listen carefully. First, visit the observation deck and ask where your father's soul is. If he's dead, you should be able to find his soul somewhere in the purgatory. After you've located him, you can go and find him. From now on, you'll have to travel around on the purgatory as a temporary guardian of death. Now go. Guardian of Death nameplate. Nameplate proves holder is a guardian of death. Gourd that absorbs the sin from your enemies, and we've got our thurible, which is what we saw in the shop, except this is probably the cheap, shitty one. Righto then. A living person? Wow, you've come to the purgatory alone? It's the first time since that person. How did you get here? Do you have special powers? Where is this place? Ah, this is the Death Tavern, where our souls stay the night before their trials begin. Recently, we've been swamped with so many souls coming in. Too much work, and we're understaffed. Anyway, please enjoy your stay at the Death Tavern. Oh god. You! No! This can't be! How are you here? What? You came to the purgatory to find your father? That makes no sense! The living can't cross the border of the dead. This can't be real, I must be dreaming. You don't exist. They are fucked up now, look at this. That smile is ruined, they are forever just screwed up now. You there, how dare you ignore me, the guard of the Death Tavern. Where the heck are you from? Ugh, kids these days. Don't you know basic manners and respect? Wait, are you from the land of the living? Come looking for your father? What a brave girl, I like your confidence. Girl, there must be a lot of things you don't know about this world. Come find me if you need anything. I'll tell you everything I know. You probably don't know shit, so I'm just gonna leave. Goodbye. Well, this is probably a problem. My liege, for the purgatory's glory. Okay. He's fine. He's on our side. Press Y to use sin energy to use a skill. Each weapon has its own skill. Some weapon skills are necessary to progress through the purgatory. Recover sin energy by absorbing it by killing specters or by resting at a tavern or the tombstones. Go away! I didn't do anything wrong. A horrifying specter will eat me. I'm just prey to a specter. I'm sorry. Give me one more chance. I want it. I envy your soul. Can you give me your soul? No. You're creepy, and I hope you do actually get eaten by a specter. Because maybe then you'll stop being weird. Okay. So I have to be on the ground to use our current ability. You look concerning, but easily dealt with. There we go. Up, please. Up. So I will say, at some point I'm probably going to have to ease off on those voices, because I suspect it's going to start destroying my throat. So when we play the game in full, I'm probably going to go a little bit lighter on those. Only a little bit, though. I'm pretty confident I can hold most of those. Just some of the more extreme ones are gonna get taxing. Which is a pity, because those are the fun ones. You know, there's only so much. There's that freaky grin again. Well, looks like we're going freaky grin way, because I can't go the other way. Thankfully, these guys all seem to be pretty easy to hit stun to death at the moment. I'm sorry, what? Ah, it summons more specters. Got it. There's just a pillar sitting there freaking out, and I didn't know how to feel about any of that. Well, there's the observatory already. Bring me the record of unobserved souls, now! Yes. Hello there. Welcome to the observatory deck. Yes, phone. I know. Oh, the timer ended. Start it again, because that was only the first half hour. Here we look over the people's lives and record their sins. Why do we record their sins? Observatory data is valuable information used to judge their sins during their trials. Alrighty, Zap, and alright, Zeno, you both have a good night. I'd have good times, and I will see you the next time you come by. Most people forget about their sins until they arrive at the courthouse. Then they regret everything during their trial. No matter how trivial they may be, everyone has to pay for their sins. Ain't that the truth? The observatory deck can also be used to find where wandering fugitive souls are. We provide valuable information to Guardians of Death, so that they may find fugitive souls before they turn into specters. But unfortunately, there's something wrong with the observation machine right now. We can't look into where fugitive souls are. And we also can't observe the land of the living. Well, isn't that convenient? Also, look at these tiny guys with their massive arms carrying all these boxes around. Oh boy. What? I'm swamped right now. What? Living Guardian of Death? Ah. King Yomer must have called upon you. The observatory is a complete mess right now. So many people are missing from our radar. I think there's a problem in the system. Go send a repair request to the Crimson Mineskeeper. You're still here? Alright. You're curious about your observatory record for your trial, right? I'm telling you, even if you do see your record, there's nothing you can do to fix it. What's your name? Your age? Date of birth? What? There's no record? I knew it, the system must be broken. I'll let you know when it's fixed. Nah. Who are you? I've never seen you around. Your father? How outrageous. What kind of fool authorized you to be a Guardian of Death? It seems like the only reason you're coming here to the Purgatory is your love towards your father. But in doing so, you're creating an imbalance between worlds. Stop causing trouble in return. You think the Purgatory is some kind of playground? We have enough problems these days. We don't need any more. They have tiny desks. Just working away constantly. Well, that was both productive and completely useless. We clearly need to go find these Crimson Mines, wherever they are. Hi. Got some kind of crazy lens eye there. Ah, that's what the red arrow means. You can climb up these. Gotcha. I've never seen you before. I see that you have a Guardian of Death's nameplate. Are you here to answer to King Yama? So you're here to confirm your father's death. That's interesting. Who sent you here? It's surprising she helped you out. I'll check. It's pity to say, your father's soul has been seen in the purgatory. Your father is dead. It's normal procedure for souls to be visited at the Death Tavern. But if there's no record of him stopping by, then it means he must have escaped while being led by a Guardian of Death. If that's the case, your father would become a fugitive soul. Locating a particular fugitive soul is difficult, even for a veteran Guardian of Death. The observation machine is under repair right now, so I can't help you. In this circumstance, it's almost impossible to track down one specific fugitive soul. You don't look like you're going to give up. Instead, I'll tell you the last place he was found before the machine broke down. The last place your father was last seen is the Seoshan Flower Garden. It's the highest point in the forest under the supervision of Dardiaman. To find your father's traces, head to the Seoshan Flower Garden. I don't expect him to still be there, but it's the best I can do to help you. I'll imprint the authority of the Stone Mountain on your nameplate. It'll be of great help. Ah, now we have air dashing. Nice. The imprint of the Stone Mountain Keeper dashes forward quickly while in midair. I'll be keeping an eye on you, little one. Take care of yourself. That presumably gets us past that gap we were looking at before. And out of here, of course. Suspicious. Ah! I've obeyed your command and burned Death Tavern's sole guest book. Well done. But I don't understand how this helps the purgatory. Are you questioning my integrity? Well, didn't you always say that you wanted to make the purgatory a better place? All of this is a process to make me govern the purgatory instead of Yama. Just do what I tell you to do. Regarding that girl that came to the purgatory on her own. She's quite unpredictable. Keep an eye on her. Yes, sir. Well, that's a problem. The guy seemed dodgy from the word go, but now we know. I'm gonna go up to that thing we couldn't reach over here first. Though I know there was a gap to the left as well. I'm assuming this is the correct direction. That's the correct direction for loot so far, so I'll take that much immediately. There we go. More money, more souls, more better. Missed me. Dang it. Yeah, this moves a little stiff and weird in places, but otherwise moves very well. I didn't do anything wrong. Go away. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you talking backwards? Yep. Yep. Very stable, very normal. Nothing is wrong. Well, that was unproductive. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Give me one more chance. Or if I expect her will eat me. I'm just prey to a specter. Go away! I didn't do anything wrong. I wonder why only that one up top is talking backwards. The other two we've encountered are fine. That makes me suspicious. Something don't add up about that guy up there. And I don't just mean the fact that he's talking backward. Oh, some of these clips are gonna be real confusing when they pop up randomly. But you know what? I'm here for it, honestly. It's gonna be good. Damn it. I fell off due to impatience. I'm gonna go talk to this guy again. Still saying that. Aha! Harvested a fugitive soul. So I can go get the other one too, probably. The other ones, actually. Put them in the bucket. Which I think they did tell me to do that, and I just missed that piece in among everything else. But this is why we check these things. Get in the bucket. Everybody gets in the people bucket. Now, admittedly, I'm not entirely sure what collecting these is for, but I assume it's important. I probably turned them in at the tavern or something. Because we've already proven out that we need to get something to increase our max capacity of those. So we know that maxing that out doesn't benefit us. It probably just means we can't pick up any other ones we find. Oh, damn it. And that put us back here, huh? Did we keep what we picked up? Yes, okay. So what that means is we're not actually dying and getting sent back to a checkpoint necessarily. We are just getting physically sent back to the checkpoint, not progressively sent back to the checkpoint. Just in case anybody was confused by the way I phrased that initially. We aren't losing progress, we're just losing location. So I can understand that, and that's fine. If we lost progress, I'd be a little bit more upset. Because that would then start getting real punishing over time. I realize I'm taking a lot of stupid damage just rushing through here. That's because I just want to get back to where this guy is and collect him before I forget he exists. And we need to see if we can drop these off at the tavern. Hey, do you want these? You seem to have gone without big trouble. You've confirmed your father's dead? His soul was found, but he's never been here? Well, that means it's likely that he ran away from his Pathfinder. We must find him as quickly as possible. Fugitive souls are likely to turn into a specter. You might already be too late. Sell. You looking for a fugitive soul? Yeah, potions? You should use my premium potions. Take one sip. You'll forget that you were even hurt by those nasty specters. What, you need something already? Took a look at what I have to offer. Yeah, it's the same stuff he had before. I was hoping I could sell him the souls. Maybe there's something down here. Have you seen red specters? Fugitive souls who have extreme resentment in their hearts turn into red specters. Their evil thoughts become an obsession, and they consume other fugitive souls and souls alike. If you meet red specters, be sure to be very careful. Oh, did you already find fugitive souls? Oh, you harvest fugitive souls. I'll give you a little present if you can bring me 4 fugitive souls. I'll lead them from now on. They looked nothing like they did when they were alive, regardless of how good or evil they were during life. Now they are terrifying creatures that lust for sin and desire. Okay, same thing. Well, now we know where to turn those in, but I need to get a fourth one. Here's the 3 of them that I dropped off. Still freaking out and talking backwards. Actually, wait, what did he say? Why am I speaking backwards? You're the one who's speaking backwards. That one took a solid second for me to read, not gonna lie. Especially with the twitchy font they've got, as they're freaking out. In case anybody else is keeping track, 16 minutes left on this game. Welcome back, Blowfish. Ah, we can go up here too. You're still here. You're gonna look for a fugitive soul? It's dangerous. Even if you do find him, don't expect him to be okay. I'll give you a piece of advice. If the fugitive soul you're looking for has already become a specter, do not hesitate and kill it. Hesitation will only lead to you getting hurt or killed. What a nuisance. There were quite a few guardians of death looking for a specific fugitive soul like you. There were some that were successful in doing so, but most of them were too late. The souls they were looking for have already turned into specters. The guardians of death hesitated to kill the once fugitive soul specters because of their fond memories with them. They died to those specters. You're no exception. Keep that in mind. I also used to search for a fugitive soul like you. She was my best friend during my days while I was alive. However, she refused trial and ran away from the Death Tavern. I searched for her for a long time and finally found her. Fortunately, she wasn't a specter when I found her. She still didn't want to go back with me. She didn't want to go anywhere, neither to the realms of life or death. I let her go. Forget about what I just said. Oh, I heard that you came to the Purgatory alone. I heard that you were looking for your father's soul. You have a lot of courage. Looks like you haven't found it yet? If you need help, I'll help you. We've got to have each other's backs, right? Do you need any help? Most of them run away in denial of the way they died. They desperately try to go back to the land of the living. But soon realize it's impossible and regret having run away. Because once those souls are alone, they're exposed to specters that long to absorb them. Not only that, they can turn into specters themselves, overwhelmed by their anger from their lives in the land of the living. So that's why we, as Guardians of Death, have to guide them to the Death Tavern as quickly as possible. If you find any lost fugitive souls, bring them back here where it's safe. That's not really that helpful. In very few cases, some souls run away with crystal clear conviction. They decline their given fate and try to forge their own destiny. Not only are they hard to find, but they're as strong as most Guardians of Death. Don't worry too much about them, you'll likely never come across one anyway. Wait, stay away. You want to ask me something? Why are you avoiding me? Of course, you're a living person. The living coming to the purgatory is something only possible in old folktales, except right now where I'm standing here looking at you freaking out about the fact that I'm standing here. It's kind of a problem. You might want to just calm the fuck down. I still can't believe you're here. Wait, stay away. A fugitive soul? Fugitive souls are what we call souls who've escaped from their trials. Are you serious about trying to find a fugitive soul? Stop it. There are tons of specters outside here. I'm shivering just thinking about those specters. You're kind of useless as a guardian of death, aren't you? Since you don't want to leave the building. Alrighto then. That was enlightening. Thank you for turning on the light. But, the fuck are you? Some kind of giant rat spirit thing? I am the guardian of the 8 doors. Are you a living guardian of death? Wherever your path leads you, may time bless you. I rule time and space. What powers do you possess? You think I'm a dragon? No dragon dare compare to me. There, Damien, he's as dull as dishwater. Do you wish to travel through time and space? Be careful, you might end up in another dimension. Where do you wish to go? My powers can teleport you anywhere. Yes, everyone looks up to me, just like you. I mean, you're above me. I kinda can't help but look up at you. If you come down here, I can look at you eye to eye here, buddy. I hate the space of nothingness. Not even time exists. It's horrible. I doubt there's any creature better than me in any dimension anywhere. Thank you for getting that, kitty. It's very easy for me to get caught up in what I'm doing and not thinking about those. So I think only when I do it do videos show up. And why is everything freaking out? Give me a second. Ah. That's what's happening. There we go. And we'll also get you one as well, since I won't ask you to shout yourself out. There you go.
Okay, hold on. Watch out.
Oh, that sounds familiar. I don't even have to see what's happening.
Mine.
Now, where is the next area is the better question. Looks like we have to walk through the Death Tavern to come out the other side, but I think there's a couple of things we can get to over here, too. Yeah, because we haven't gone down here yet, so there might be something relevant this way. Oh, that drops mines or traps or something. And it put me all the way back here again. Good. We're down to the last 9 minutes of this game, so reminder, exclamation and request lets you see the list of stuff I have available from specifically the Steam library, so you can make accurate requests should you choose to make a request. But a reminder, RPGs are probably going to be pushed aside, and other things that will take more than an hour to even get to the start of what they're doing. Because everything only gets a half hour to an hour, depending on how it's going. Okay. The ads are unfortunate. There's nothing to be done about them. Did this recharge? It did. Curious to see what would happen if I hit it like that, since we picked up Fugitive Souls that way. I'm not really sure where I'm going now. This, I assume, is one of those red specters they were talking about, considering he's got the weird red hat. Either that or they're just using red to make these guys stand out more. Nope, that doesn't seem currently possible. So I can't, like, leave the frog there. Underground waterway. I have no idea if this is the way I'm supposed to be going, but we're going this way anyway. Well, there's cameras, so that means there's technology. I assume that's relating to the observation machine. Oh, that's great. Those look like razor blades. sad, dark and sad. Oh, God. Well, that was upsetting. I don't like either of these directions we have available to us. Mostly because both of them are full of weird rat men dropping mouse traps everywhere. But I suspect the path back towards where we started is probably the better of the two. Mostly because I can actually see where I'm going over there. Not that it's going to particularly matter at this point. Well, I'm going to keep trying to make as much progress as I can in the remaining time. I say as I nearly fall back into the underground waterway immediately. I will say, you can traverse these areas really fast now that we have the air dash. Back through the Death Tavern, since apparently we can't walk around it. I'll go ahead and save, so... Stop right there. You trying to steal something? Sorry about that. Somebody stole our oil in the Death Tavern. Before that incident, he also took the soul list. Whoever it is, better come clean. And kick their ass. Enjoy your final night at the Death Tavern. Okay. Because we can't get up there. We can, of course, go down here, as we established before. And hopefully this time I won't bungle into death and be destroyed. It's me. There really are a lot of you little buggers down here. Is he placing them or is he spitting them? I genuinely can't tell with the way his face is moving. We might not actually be able to get up there. That might take a double jump. So this entire endeavor was pointless. Oh. I'm curious to make sure that there's nothing we left behind back here, now that we have more mobility. Because I kind of don't want to start a new area with only like a handful of minutes left before we switch games. Because I can't guarantee I'll actually be able to get to anything. Okay, he doesn't have any other maps. We also didn't look at this map a bit. It's not really looking like there is much back here. Oh no, there's a fugitive soul there. We can go grab him. Potentially. And there's whatever that is. Like, it's great that you can make the symbols bigger or smaller depending on what you're looking for. I do wish they were labeled, though. We are 64% of the way through this map, apparently. The rest of this over here, I assume, is the remaining percentage. And that's our objective up there, then? Okay. So maybe I'm supposed to go through the underground waterway, then. Thank you for the alert, Crafty. Clear that one out. And if anybody's wondering why the timing is slightly off, I had to step away for a little bit and I paused the timer during that, so as to not have the previous game get some of its time cut. So now none of the time is gonna perfectly line up. It bothers me too. That was a sound. I think we always killed those spinny head ones so fast that they never made that noise. You died, I died, we all died. This world will fall. I want it, I envy your soul. Can you give me your soul? I can give you this. Whack upside the head for being a pain in my butt. Okay. I'll go ahead and turn this in at the Death Tavern and then we'll switch games. This way, at least we get to see what those do. Might switch to something where I don't have to voice as much, though. Give my throat a break after the way I was voicing this one. Because I was throwing some real hefty stuff around on that one. There we go. Just keep clearing these guys out. Hopefully we get something good out of turning this in. But I have my doubts. We'll find out, though. That's the whole point. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the timer because genuinely it's ending after we do that. And I don't want the timer to go off while I'm trying to finish just getting there. What do you got for me? Oh, did you already find a fugitive soul? You've already collected more than 4 fugitive souls. I think you have a knack for pathfinding. But we still have a lot more fugitive souls to harvest. This is a little present for you, an incentive for you to work harder and harvest them all. 100 coins and 2 dawn. Okay, so we got 2 skill points and some money. That's actually really important, probably. Go ahead and save. And that's... Actually, let's... Okay, I can use the perks anywhere. So I can get more dash speed, reduce roll cooldown, which might be huge. And of course, there's extra potions. Ah, show the hit point of a boss specter when hit with weapon skill by pressing Y. Okay. That's actually pretty useful. I think we'll take that and the increased amount of potions. And we'll go ahead and save again. Okay, so that was a very good request. That worked out great. Let's see. Just gonna take me a minute while I decide where we're going from here, since there was no active request. Yeah, this is slightly different, but this is a fun game. This might be the first one that only gets a half hour, though. It's a bit rough. Queue that up. Swap what's listed here. This is Cyber Shadow, made by Yacht Club Games, which most people will probably recognize for Shovel Knight. This is definitely a pretty difficult game, though it's not too ridiculous. At least none of the bits I played of it before. That looks okay. It's low right now, but when the heavier music kicks in, it should end up pretty even keel. We'll sit it somewhere like there and there. I like that. As you can see, I got up to chapter 4, did a decent bit, and then I stopped. And I haven't touched it since then in, I think, like 2 years? I'll keep that save, though, because that was a huge pain to get to. floating down. I did make the game visible, right? Yes. Okay. Keep up. Slow walking. Oak. One liquid ninja. With a necklace. Staring at a building. As all the lights go out around the city. And a big old cannon thing goes off and everybody dies. Game's over, everybody's dead. Except now we're a robot. Shadow, it's great to see you within operational specification. Sorry to cut your recovery short, but our mission got a lot more urgent. Our master is in desperate need of your help. A lot has happened since the explosion. I'll fill you in on the details as we go. My name is Elgion. By the way, aid to our master. I'm glad that you're finally out of that incubation chamber. You're all we've got. Alright, our destination is set. Hurry, let's get moving. So as you might have gathered by the way this moves and everything, this is very much a love letter to Ninja Gaiden and games of that era. You're weakened by essence deprivation. Your vital systems cannot hold out for long, Shadow. You're on borrowed time. And to make matters worse, I'm pretty sure your awakening alerted Dr. Progen. We should keep moving. But there's things to touch, and people to talk to. Interference detected, connection lost. My sensors are acting up. Go on, and let's meet up ahead. What's this? Stasis chamber, offline. Stasis chamber, security status compromised. Stasis chamber log file. Subject beta released. Last recorded status, health critical. Essence level 37%. Looks like all we have is slash at the moment. I just checked all the other buttons to make sure that none of them do anything. Chapter 1, Geothermal Towers. Complete with a nice little travel map and everything. Yeah, right now we currently really don't know a whole hell of a lot about what's going on. All we know is we are ninja and the city exploded. And there are really good soundtrack bits to this. You know, the long way of saying this game has good music, because my brain just kind of had a moment on that one. This is another one of the games that I know is very good, and I'm more than willing to recommend even before we do the timer, but it is mean. Which is why I never put it on the list to play it all the way through, because it would be a nightmare to beat for me. But it is doable. So if it ends up being something people really want to see, I'm more than willing to give it a go. I just want people to be aware of what it is, how it works, and all of that, before we commit to being like, yeah, this is a great idea. Break that fan and get on in there. What do you got for me, buddy? Health. Much appreciated. Dr. Progen is holding our clan captive. He is siphoning their power. We barely reached you in time. Good thing they didn't get to you too. One of our 4 companions is nearby, but fading quickly. Please go and meet him. Get it? Meat, because you are made out of meat. I'm not made out of meat anymore. Now, I seem to recall there's an achievement for getting through here without destroying any of the turrets. And not getting hit. I believe on my other file I did actually go through and do that. And it sucked. Because you basically have to get through here without attacking in order to not accidentally kill off one of the turrets. As you can see, they don't shoot ridiculously fast, so it's not too bad. Just killing that one enemy without hitting a turret is one of the harder bits of that, in my opinion. Yeah, there's feats in this game that I believe give you stuff if you succeed with them. And they also fulfill the role of being the game's achievement system, basically. Okay, anybody that likes this kind of game absolutely should pick up Cyber Shadow. Cyber Shadow is good stuff. You just have to be willing to be patient and deal with what the game's going to do to you. Because it may look easy now, it's gonna stop being that way rather sharpish. In fact, I think... yeah, I can look at the list of feats for you guys. Defeat Smasher without destroying the wall turrets. Defeat the Apparator without hitting him in the back. Reach the Smasher without killing enemies. Right, there's a combination of those. You have to not kill any enemies and not kill the turrets specifically. Complete Chapter 2 Elevator without killing rust flies. Destroy 5 hunter boars. As you can see, there's a lot of feats you can accomplish. But that said, those feats are optional. So don't get yourself too wrapped up in doing them if you're having a hard time with the game. Just don't overdo it, basically. Which, that's something I'm reasonably confident I was guilty of when I was playing this before, which made it a lot harder, is I was actively trying to go for at least one of the feats for each area to challenge myself, which was stupid, but I did it anyway. You'll notice those checkpoints heal us in this. That's going to be important. This is Smasher. This is why the wall turrets were important. You'll also notice that when we got hit before, we lost our power-up. That's the other reason why getting hit's a problem, is you only keep those special items for until you get hit the first time after getting it. Smasher himself, though, as you can see, very easy boss. Not an issue at all. The hardest part is not accidentally hitting the turrets if you're trying to go for that. But that netted us a health extension. I believe that needs an item, and we don't have it. These let you climb up, because the elevator doesn't work for us, because they don't like us. Oh, this is upsetting. Okay, Cody only had the one hit left. I was a bit concerned about that one. I forget what these gems are for, but you probably do want to collect as many of them as you can. I don't know what that was, but, well, I touched it just to be on the safe side. Yeah, if you hit one of those, it activates all of the ones in that sequence, so you can climb up nice and easy. But if you hit the wrong one, as you see there, it doesn't activate the ones below it, it only activates the ones above it. And we're dead. Which puts us back before Smasher, but I don't think we need to kill Smasher again. Yeah, we don't have to fight that twice. The SP stuff only matters once you actually have an ability, which we don't have any yet. And I don't think... Oh yeah, there are hidden walls, though, as you see there. But it also needs a thing we don't have, so it's irrelevant. But all in all, as I said before, very good game. Very punishing in the same classic ways many of the games I've shown you guys from the retro side have been. You make mistake, you dead. It's as simple as that. That will help a lot, because this gives us a little bit more range on our attacks, and our attacks do more damage. But only until I get hit. So it's worth being careful. Oh wait, no, we did keep it so... Is it 2 hits? Because I know you lose them by getting hit. Or do they have a limited amount of charges? Could have swore it was you lose them by taking damage. Oh, right. See on the left there, there's a meter next to it. You get hit 3 times, it's gone. That's what it is. And it would be nice if that preserved your health in exchange, but it doesn't. This is a secret we can get into. The fact there's a spawner in the back there is a real aggravation. That power-up would have been huge for this situation. Damn it. There's gonna be a lot of dying. Actually, something I should check. There we go, screen flash. Turn that off. I thought I turned that off before, but apparently I didn't, so apologies to anyone that was upset by that. Make sure that that stayed on, shall we? Before I go anywhere. Yes, it stayed off. Okay. That should get rid of the flash on death and some of the other flashes. Yeah, there we go. That's a much less unpleasant death. There's a loop you can get into that works on this. I'm just screwing up the timing so badly. So we're gonna die 1,000 deaths before I get this straightened out. Especially when I get impatient and start jumping into the attacks again. There we go. This gets us one of these little things, and I believe once you get 3 of them, that's another health extension. So you do want to go out of your way to get those. No matter how many times you die for it, you're gonna want to keep getting those. Because one advantage this has over retro games is this does have infinite lives, at least. It's not like you're gonna get reset by dying too many times. You're just gonna hate life. But as you see so far, you can already tell where this is gonna end up in terms of how it plays. Because it is 100% hates you and the bands you like. Well, I could have fixed that, but with the health we had, it really wasn't worth it to me. Also note, when you come back to life, you come back with your original starting health. You do not actually get full health when you come back to life. So, be aware of that. Because that will screw you sometimes. I definitely remember dying to that a fair few times, because I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have 6 health. I don't. Dead. I was real worried I jumped too early on that one. There we go. Now back to where I'll die in an instant from fall damage. Whee! Get rid of him. There we go. There's nothing over there. Can't do anything with that. Because you can come back to these stages after clearing other areas. Why? My essence. I need that. I'm leaking everywhere. Okay, that's what that is. Spooky floating shoes. Well, we had a bit of a crisis there, but thankfully Robot's here to heal us again. You don't look so good, Shadow. Your condition is worsening. I hope you'll stabilize soon. We can't afford to lose you now. Our master needs you at full strength. Honestly, we all need you to be at full strength. Well, if you healed me more, maybe I'd be at full strength right now. This, I believe, is our first boss fight. Shadow, as weak as ever. How did you even manage to survive? Well, it's no matter. Without your powers, you'll soon fade into the ethos. Or maybe all that awaits you is the eternal void. He has consumed the power of one of our clanmates, which is what grants him the power to throw those. Now, this is the guy where you're supposed to beat him without hitting him in the back for the feet, but I've already gotten it, so I'm going to absolutely just beat the hell out of him. Because as you can see, his back is a real obvious weak point, because his pattern doesn't reach behind him. And he's disposed of like a chump. A win without honor, hardly a victory. I don't know what our master saw in you, but it couldn't have been a spine. Even the trainees of our clan have enough guts to avoid backstabbing. Oh, so it actually has a dialogue reaction to you hitting him in the back, too. Next time I'll tear you to pieces and offer your essence to Dr. Progen myself. And he runs away like a coward. Oh, that's not great. Oh no, you're free! Our clan has been captured. I'm too far gone. But there might be hope for the others. Maybe my power can help you, even if it's not much. Up and attack, throws a shuriken. Whoosh. And that's what that blue gauge is for. So expect not to see that get thrown often, because you need the charges for it. Now, I don't know if you're supposed to loop back or if there's alternate paths out of these places, but you'll notice that dot up and left from where we are. That's a thing. Our total's 7%, and we did 40% of that place. We'll need to go back there at some point in terms of playing the whole game. But for now, Chapter 2, Disposal Facility, which is over there. This gives us SP. You throw a shuriken, triggers a platform. Now, it's worth noting, I think the game is actually slowing down a little bit because of streaming it, so bear in mind it's probably going to be moving faster than this normally. And this is where the game starts to get really mean, because all of those disposal chutes are instant death. So get used to seeing me get knocked into them and being sad. I really should be making the most of these SP pickups. There we go. Good for that. And we're clear. Like, they did really well with an NES-style palette. It's got a little bit more than the NES would have had in terms of color variation and such, but they still did really well with it. This, I believe, yep, gives us an extension to our SP gauge. These are eggs that hatch into little bugs, which are the most upsetting thing around here, I swear. They're very small and hard to hit, but do full damage anyway, as if they were regular size. On the bright side, they do only take one hit. But so do the full-size bugs, so really it doesn't matter. I keep forgetting you can't duck in this game. It feels like you should be able to, but you can't. And you'll notice the sheer power increase by this upgraded sword, because we just destroyed that guy straight away. Because it deals damage on the wave and on the blade itself. So if you can hit him with both, you do more damage, basically, is how that ends up working out. And I wasted that by hitting it from this side, thinking I could collect it like a fool. Go on in here. This, I believe, is another boss fight. Well, sort of. It's a bug hive. The more you hit it, the more bugs it spawns. You kind of have to meter your hits out. And then, big bug appears. Thankfully, that doesn't take long. Now the machine's running again and we can actually go back this way. And now we have a problem, because this disposal facility runs on giant lasers. For reasons. But by reactivating the giant laser, we can now go this way. And at least the giant laser does friendly fire, so we got that going for us too. I believe you can go in there, but it's risky to do. Ow. On the bright side, the laser is also not instant death. It just really sucks. Yeah, we can't break it with the shuriken either. I don't know if this is the way I'm supposed to be going, or if this is bonus, I will admit. But this seems like the more dangerous path, so we're going this way. I probably should go this way. Even though this way's gonna suck. And be aware of the fact that we haven't seen a checkpoint in a little bit. So if I die, it's gonna start to suck a bit. Oh, that... Well, that was a waste of time, now wasn't it? I should have known. I really should have known better. But I didn't remember. I think I made that mistake when I was playing this before, too. Well... Now we're here without a boosted sword. Thankfully, we don't have to reactivate the laser. Because that's another thing, is it's not gonna wipe your progress when you die. It just puts you back where the checkpoint was. So it could be a lot worse. And now we know to go this way instead of dancing with lasers the whole way. Though this is arguably as dangerous, if not more. It's just differently dangerous. So really it becomes a question of which challenge can you handle better. For me, this is a lot easier, because I can just freely hop through and go. I always thought that this was a door, but it isn't. Shit. Well, missed that one. Open that. Wait for the laser. Get our heal. That we definitely need. I forgot that there was an egg in that goddamn wall. Ah, there we go. I've been tinkering with the service pods. We should be able to access some extra functions now. Some of them need a jolt of essence in order to work properly. I'm gonna sneeze. I've partially filled this one, but you'll need to pay the rest. Once you've brought a function online, it stays on and can be used repeatedly. Okay, I guess I'm not gonna sneeze. So of course I was prepared for it. Cancel the timer. Put the 30 minutes back on, business is going well. Automatic repair. Blade synthesis. Blade extend synthesis. Basically, we want all of these. This'll mean, I believe, we respawn with full health, full spirit, and extended blade. Which, considering there's a boss fight here, you're gonna want that. Those lasers take out your platforms, so you generally want to get rid of those. Those where possible. This way it takes longer for them to get rid of those. Alright, Mendo. Have a good night, and good luck tomorrow. There we go. Laser Brain done first try as well. Most of these took me multiple tries when I played this before, so I am already feeling better about this than I did. Which is why I put the other half-hour timer on this, instead of just saying, no, we're done. This might be me being greedy, but we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure what killing this is gonna get me, but I'm hoping it does something productive. Eat. I'm gonna die a stupid death doing this, aren't I? Because I can't reach it where it's sitting 90% of the time. Yep, there we go. We have full health, full SP. And we don't have to deal with Laser Brain again, so we get to come through here a lot stronger. Let's get some more of that essence back. Because that's another thing, is you can kind of grind essence by just dying, grabbing the essence, dying, grabbing the essence. But no matter how much essence you have, spikes will still kill you instantly. It's a bit of a problem. And no, I didn't die on purpose. Just in case anybody's like, well, he's grinding essence. As if anybody would give me that much credit anyway. I know I'm making the same mistake again, but I've got a bigger blade this time, so I can hit him a little more conveniently. Ah, I see. But the fucking charge disappeared. God damn it. I need to get a SP charge. There we go. This, I assume, will open that. Yeah. And it makes this area safe. There we go. 2 out of 3. I am playing it safe and making sure to grab everything along the way so that we have them in case we do end up completing this game someday. Eep, eep. Kill the pill bugs for SP. If any more of them respawn, yeah. Looks like if I'm on the left side of it, they respawn. Or not. It might just be timed. Either way, that's enough SP to work with. That so that they come out to me and die. And I lost my blade in a stupid way, as usual. Punk. And that's why we did that first, is both so we don't lose fighting those things in case we got good drops, which we didn't, and so that they don't get pushed up as the other potential reality there. We've got the essence to do it, so we'll go ahead and upgrade this completely and go this way. I'd rather do a challenge like this than a fighting challenge in this game, honestly. I do better with the platforming. I say as I promptly fuck up the platforming. How do I get over there? Ah. One day I'll pay enough attention to notice something like that immediately. Today is not that day. Well, doesn't this seem dangerous? There we go. Ah. So that... I was supposed to hit them in the other order, and I was just like, you know what, fuck it, I'll just jump and get that. And this appears to be an SP extension, so this was definitely worth it. Whee! Yeah, all in all, that was not that bad. That could have been really bad. But all in all, that went pretty smooth. And we get a fresh blade extension every time we touch the checkpoint. And of course, the mandatory elevator sequence. If I remember right, you do want to keep these blocks under control on here or you're going to have a really bad day. So you don't want to destroy them all, as you can see by the fact that they will protect you from the lasers somewhat. You can also just destroy the lasers. Which I personally would highly recommend destroying the lasers. I meant to throw those shuriken to the right, in case anybody's wondering why I threw a bunch to the left and then ran right. There we go. There's also an extra thing up here. Ah, just more SP. That's fine. That's actually a good thing, because I think we're coming up to another boss soon. And this one only has automatic repair, so we can't really get too much benefit. I'm not picking that blade up until he's dead, because I didn't want to lose the first hit of it immediately. Thankfully, these disposals are inactive, so they don't kill you. I thought about that literally as I jumped in, like, wait, won't this kill me to get this? But no, it's fine. That just goes to show where my brain is with that kind of thing. Loot first, pray I don't die looting. That's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Okay, full health, no SP. Unfortunate. But we can still get that blade extension back again, so it's probably okay. Keyword being probably. Yeah, fun fact, this was another game I bought, like, immediately. And then ended up putting it down after getting frustrated with it. There was a lot of that back when I was still doing a regular job. I would just buy games that looked interesting or fit together with what I was doing. And some of them made it, some of them didn't. Okay, looks like we keep whatever SP we had when we died, so there's potential value to just grinding up SP and dying. If you really wanted to be cheeky. Yep, just threw that away. I'm hoping we'll at least be able to get through the disposal facility before time runs out. Don't get me wrong, I would say, screw the rules, I made this, I'm gonna finish this stage, but no, I will abide by the hour timer, no matter how it's going. Because otherwise I would have kept going with 8 doors instead. There we go. Keep that moving. Damn it, I thought he was gonna die to that. Fuck. There we go. We're okay. Everything's fine. We are very inconvenienced, but we're otherwise fine. Thankfully, there happens to be wall pills. Not as good as wall chicken, but, you know, gets the job done. Oh, I think if you hit them in the pack, they die instantly. Okay, that makes sense, because the pack explodes. Except if you throw a shuriken at it, apparently. There we go. Sure you can't. Can't reach that. Okay, that's okay. Wait for them to fire, jump through. Nice and easy. Kill him. Up, up. Full heal. Very good. Thank you. Now die. Because I need these to go higher. Ow. Maybe not on my head, though. On my head is less helpful. Okay, this one has everything. We'll go ahead and activate all of that. We are running out of essence to keep doing that, which is unfortunate. The Keeper of Balance, the servants of the Eternal Dragon, our ancient clan, defeated by those we trusted, betrayed by one of our own. What set this in motion, and how could we have not foreseen it? Oh, that's depressing. Grab the extra essence, because we are gonna need it at the rate I'm spending it. And it's time for Scrambler, who fires lasers, and just generally beats the shit out of you. This guy I think I had a lot of trouble with. I think he might have been a wall for me for a while, as you might guess, based on the way I'm already nearly dead. If I had any SP left, we would have won that. Because I fucked up thinking I had SP left to throw shurikens at him to finish it. Otherwise, I could have just pressed the attack with the sword. Oh, so much for fancy sword. Oh, this is just rude. I couldn't jump. And then I got contact damaged. This is why this guy takes a couple tries, because he's kind of rude. He's not super bad, but I keep falling for that starting attack is my big problem right now. Oh, I thought that wasn't gonna go up there. We're dead. Because he's gonna trap me in this corner now, and it's over. Trying to pass through him is a mistake. We keep getting close, though. Yeah, you'll notice he didn't actually take damage from my initial couple hits, either. That's why I'm like, this is stupid, I should stop doing that. As I continue to do it anyway. Broke my own cover like a goddamn idiot. And we're dead. Keep getting close, though. I wouldn't be surprised if this fight takes the remaining time. It would help if I didn't miss with my shuriken completely, too. Okay, we're through his first health bar, but he's also halfway through my health, too. You can hear him charging that laser, but sometimes I just don't react to it the way I need to, because I'm doing other things at the same time. Yeet. There goes his armor. Now he's gonna get aggressive. More aggressive. Got him. Of course I say it's gonna take long, and that's when we get the win. Except it's not over yet, he's got one more health bar. Which is why this fight is rude. He turns into a damn Mega Man boss, bouncing around firing single shots. Die, you bastard. But we still got the win. Except he's not dead, he's gonna run away, and we're gonna have to fight him again another day. Just bust that open, and free another of our clan. The reactor explosion killed most of our clan, and the rest were captured by synthetics. They drained me of my power to enhance their own. Our master must be freed before all is lost. Womp, 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 womp. Now we get another ability. Rising Fire. Down an attack on ground. You get an uppercut that shoots flames. I don't remember using it much. Cutscene. Staring robot. Finally, a moment to breathe. Alright, it's time to fill you in on everything. When you get to Mecha City, you will notice things have changed, and not for the better. Let me bring you up to speed. Wow. You knew Dr. Progen as the greatest mind in Mecha City. He built a machine capable of self-sustained, autonomous function. A synthetic humanoid. They served as laborers, police, and domestic servants, you name it. Mecha City was safe and prosperous. Our clan found new purpose in upholding this peace. Our commitment was total. Missions to dispose of malfunctioning synthetics were conducted in secret. One day, our master got injured in a freak accident. She was left clinging to life. Dr. Progen grew increasingly desperate to save our master. There we were all kinds of rumors, strange experiments, disappearances. Without her, our clan began to drift apart. I mean, he's got some weird wires going out of his back. I'm already kind of concerned about where he's going with this idea. And then, the explosion. It leveled the entire city. In the wake of the distraction, all of the machines went berserk. And for Dr. Progen, driven mad with desperation, he became something else entirely. He went full fucking robot. I respect it. He's been tearing through Mecha City, hunting down survivors with his synthetic army. The situation is grave. We were barely able to find and save you in time. But all that matters now is finding and releasing our master. If you fail, Mecha City will only be the beginning. The destruction will keep spreading. You can do it, Shadow. I know you can. I'm glad somebody has faith. I certainly don't. Chapter 3, Mecha City Ruins. What a hell of a path we're taking there. This one also only has auto repair. But it's fine, we're kind of broke. Same as usual, this is just a terminal to take you back. If you wish to go back. This is a very vertical stage from what I remember. And this is gonna be pretty rough. But we only have to endure this for a little while before the timer kicks in. Just remember what I said about this being a fun game, but really punishing. Neither of those work on that door. I forget what opens those doors. I don't know if I ever actually got it. Yes, if I got hit by that slime, I would have fallen into the death goo instantly. As if there were any questions on that. That. And yes, when those blocks disappear, they turn into spikes. And I fucked up. My reflexes were screaming to hit it, and I just didn't. And those guys, as you can tell, go out of their way to just sit above you. Because they know that you can't hit them if they're above you. So they're expecting you to jump up into them. But you can just kind of slingshot them around to hit them. Okay. Let's try this again. Once more with feeling. Preferably keeping the feeling in my body without dying. Those fighters are kind of annoying, but they're not super threatening. As long as you don't let them get out of hand. And now we've got these drills that dispense synthetic soldiers. that are looking to shoot you in the face. There's a feat for destroying all of these. I've got it already, so I'm not going to go out of my way to destroy them. If I had a convenient way to destroy them before they dispense their soldiers, I'd bother. But I can't, so I'm not going to. Well, I got knocked back into health, so that's a good thing. Swag Blade. Sure, I don't remember what Swag Blade does. Oh, right, it's this silly thing. You just got a yo-yo blade, basically. It follows you around, and if you wiggle it around, it extends further. You can also get it to spin. It's kind of fun, but it's really weird. Oh yeah, and if you hit it, it flies away from you. That's the important bit with it. You can juggle it to really do some good damage. Because I remembered liking the weapon, I was just like, it seems real jank. Why did I like this thing? It's also, I believe, necessary for progressing in certain parts of this place. Like, for example, these rocks over here can only be oh no, the sword destroys it too. Never mind, ignore me. I'm talking out of my ass again, as I do a lot. It's a really interesting ventriloquism act, and I don't recommend it. Now we have increased health. My training isn't even complete, yet here I lie, broken. Will my essence travel home to the ethos, or dissipate into nothingness? I'm out of supplies, so I'll find out soon enough. If anyone finds this, that madman Progen killed one of our clan in an experiment. All that remains of our friend's essence was trapped in this container. My mission to retrieve it was successful, but if I should fail, please see to it that it reaches the master. Well, we've consumed their essence to become stronger, so I hope they're happy with their new lot in life. After all, it'll help with the mission to save our master. Go. Take care of business. That's a shortcut back up here. Which, that's an interesting mix between current games and old games there. Where when you die, you're gonna get sent back to that checkpoint, like any old game would, but they've added in checkpoint and shortcuts, similar to things of a more modern time. It's an interesting mix. Which other old games have had checkpoint shortcuts before as well, but they weren't super common. They are definitely more common these days. Just adding that in case anybody's like, well, but actually... Like, yes, you're right, but the common thing is this. As long as I flail like a moron enough, the Swag Blade will take care of most of my problems. Which is a very strange sentence, but, you know. And I reflexively tried to duck again and wasted like 3 SP swinging fire through the air. We can get the Swag Blade again, or get Spirit Recovery. Let's get Spirit Recovery first and worry about getting the Swag Blade back if I have to come back there a bunch. His Spirit Recovery helps us right now, because we actually do get the full SP bar, as you can see there. I say as I promptly waste the Swag Blade getting my ass kicked. It's a good thing we have that extended health bar, otherwise we'd be dead already. And that is what the uppercut is for most of the time. Oh, important to note, you can only have the extended blade or the Swag Blade at a time. You can't have both. Because they take up the same slot up there, as you might imagine. Which, if you're just doing with what you find along the way, it's never going to be a problem that you can only have one or the other. Unless you are a god and just never get hit. Which, good fucking luck with that with this game. It's entirely doable. I'm sure there are plenty of people who have done hitless runs of this game before, but it's just rough. Because this game's not, like, obscenely hard, it's just nasty in places. Of course, getting better at games has helped me deal with this a lot better than I used to. Even in a couple years, I've apparently advanced significantly, considering their leader controls a weapon high in the clouds. Anywhere under the open sky is unsafe. I must stay hidden indoors. They're not kidding. And I'm glad we don't really have to do this section, because the timer's almost up. But I'll show you why I say that. Oh yeah, these guys throw the containers around the map at you. So if you don't grab the containers quick, they're gonna throw them at you. Those bombs are annoying. We'll be in open sky here in a second, and you'll understand the problem. See that? That hits you if you're visible. It'll target the spot you were seen at. Now that we're under a ceiling again, it can't target us anymore. But until then, life sucks. Attention, all civilians. This is an automated transmission. The city and surrounding islands have been secured within a safety perimeter. Please evacuate via train transit. Emergency. Emergency. Give me that. If they throw the container, I don't think you get what's in it, so you have to kill them quick. And this is the part where this starts to suck. Because you either die to damage or get hit by the laser and knocked down into death. But that is time. 3 stages is better than I expected to do. I honestly thought I was going to wall on the fire robot. Okay. So I think I'm more or less caught up to where my other save was, actually. In like half the time, which is funny. What do I want to do next? Do I want to do anything next? We've played for 4 hours. I could stop now. Oh, and end on a good note. That's actually a really good question. Tell you what, I'll take a look at what's available and decide based on that whether I'm going to continue or stop. So I could go either way. Yeah, I think I will stop it here before I find something that doesn't work out. Because we've gotten very lucky, I think, that every single one of these worked out well. And all went for the hour-long sections. I've got 2 very good options in front of me for where to take y'all. I'm probably just gonna flip a coin between the 2. Because that will end that thought sooner rather than later. Do I want to reconsider my choices? Yeah, I'll choose those 2 instead. We've been going to the other 2 a lot. Heads, it's that. Tails, it's them. Oh, convenient. Works out nicely considering they came by to visit today anyway. And I don't think they've been on that much, because I don't remember seeing them on that often. And Ikenfel's an interesting looking game. So we'll go see what CC's doing here in a minute. Thank you all for taking the time to be here for this show today, even though it was not what anybody was expecting initially, because, you know, I didn't actually plan this until I woke up today and I'm like, I don't want to deal with Soul Reaver, so I'm gonna change things up. And I was kind of needing this anyway. I might do another sampler day tomorrow. I might do something more structured. I haven't decided yet. We'll be winging it. Thursday, I should still be starting an RPG. I haven't decided which one yet. Friday, as you heard, we'll be doing another collab with Xeno again, finally. There is a plan for that day, but I'm not going to tell you guys what yet, just in case something changes. And with that, I will send y'all off. Have a good one, be good to CC, and I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye. I fucked up the timing because I thought the timer was done. I saw the button and I'm like, I'm going. Gone. Sad. Now goodbye. Sometimes I can be brilliant.